Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone can hear me. I'm on my phone. I'm at a doctor's appointment with my daughter in a minute.
Yes, we can hear you, Andrea.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we start the meeting in just 1 minute. I'm looking for the list, which was updated up to last night so that I can do the roll call. Okay, let's get this meeting started. We're gonna start with roll call. So we have a new rep for District 1, Sean. You here yet? I don't think he's here
No,
yet.
Mr. Chair.
Leonard, District 2. No, I think he's not here either yet. Jimmy, District 3.
I'm here, Mark.
Oh, there you are,
District 2, yep.
Leonard. Yeah,
Sorry, having some computer glitches. Thank you.
yeah, no problem. 4 did not have an election yet, although I thought Ashida maybe was going to be here till the election, but I don't see her. Aisha, District 5.
I'm here.
Great. Luis, so your district did not have an election yet, but you are here
Correct.
till we have the
Yes.
executive board elections. Great. So 7 also did not have an election, I don't believe, but maybe Shima is here till we have the executive board election, or I don't see her. Okay. Angela, District 8.
Yes, here.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm all right. Then District 9 also did not have an election yet, but possibly Griselle is going to be here for till 11, but I don't see her anyway. Maria, District 10.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Hi. Also 11 did not have an election, at least as far as we know at this point, but maybe Miriam is here till election. I don't see her. Same thing for District 12, maybe Doris might be here. No.
No.
District 13, Ben, you here? No, doesn't look like he's here yet. District 14 did not have an election yet. While we have a new person on District 15, Jenny, how are you? You're here. I think I saw you before.
I'm here.
Great.
I'm here. Thanks.
Welcome.
That's what sentence here.
District 16, Marta. I don't see her yet. District 17, Uh, Veronica, you're here? Yeah,
Yes, I am.
see you. While District 18 did not have an election, but maybe somebody's here till we have our executive board election. Doesn't look like it. The same goes for 19, did not have a president council election yet. But maybe Thelma might be here. Till, no. All right. So then for District 20, Tamara, are you here? No. And I see Randy, District 21, Sabina, District 22, Josh, I think I saw you, yes, District 23. Francis, 24, you here?
Yes.
Yes, there you
Fran-
are.
Wait, you said 24?
Yeah, I saw you, Matty. I said, yes, I
Oh,
see you.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Cecilia, District 26. I don't think she's here, at least not yet. District 27, we have Liza.
I'm here, Lisa.
Lisa.
Lisa, sorry. I was going to say Lisa,
Yes,
which I
Lisa,
like better to
yeah.
say Lisa, but then I said maybe I'm mispronouncing it all the time. Instead, I was.
It's okay. It's all right.
All right. So, okay. So you're here. Jessica, I think I saw you, District 28.
Good morning.
Good morning. Then for 29, we have Kamaria.
I'm here.
Where is she? Oh, great. Perfect. District 30, Anna. I don't think she's here, at least maybe not yet. District 31, there is no rep as of now. 32, Jesse, I saw you, I'm pretty sure.
I'm here.
Yeah, there you are. What happened to your neck? I'm
I
so
had
sorry.
surgery yesterday.
Ouch. Andrea, District 75.
I'm
I
here.
saw you before. Yeah, there you are. Celia, Brooklyn High Schools.
Good morning.
Good morning, there you are. And Lourdes, I see you. Bronx High School. Jackie,
Thank
I
you.
see you. Manhattan High School.
Hi, good morning. Leonard, you hear me? Marco, Selena Atterbury from Staten Island put something in the YouTube chat to let her in, to send her the link for this meeting. She's saying that she's been elected co-president, so she could be let in.
Okay. We haven't got any info about that, but I guess I'm gonna try to figure out how to get her information. Shirley,
Marco, please check with Alexis, as we have been able to receive the certification on
okay,
all
don't worry about that.
elections.
Don't worry about
Marie,
that.
I just text Alexis on that.
Okay. All right.
I did. I took handle that.
Thank you all. I know you let Aaron in without a certification, so be good. Thank you.
No, in fact, and we have people here that were the reps that are not currently the rep because the election didn't happen, that will stay here until the election happens at 11. So if we could let her in till 11, even if the certification is not happening, is not available or something. And Staten Island, I don't think there is no rep right now. At least I'm not aware for Staten Island high schools. And I don't see Aaron here anyway.
I'm sorry, Marco. Selena is the rep for Staten Island High Schools. Just letting you know.
Oh, for Staten Island High School.
Right, for the high school.
I suppose then, okay.
Yes.
Well, we haven't heard of that either. But anyway, let me see if I can.
We haven't received any notification from Alexis that they had it. I understand she may have had it, but we have to receive certification because there's protocols on how this election is to be run. And we need to receive the certification before we can do that. I understand what you're saying, Jackie, but at this time, let us handle it. Thank you.
No problem. It always seems to be certain rules for certain people, but no problem.
It's rules with everybody, Jackie, and it applies to everyone. This is why we're going through that. We didn't want to have to do this until it was time for election. I'm not a part of the nominating committee, but I do know what the protocols are on how this is being
But
handled.
guys, we are not
How
having the
it's
election just yet.
fine.
We don't have
Right,
the
it's no
election just
biggie.
yet.
I was just saying, giving a message, that's all.
We are not having the election just yet. And given that there is no one else from Staten Island High School, we can take her word for it, at least till the elections. But I do not have her info to be able to get in contact with her. Maybe if you send an email to info@cpacnyc@gmail, info@cpacnyc@gmail.com, so that we can get.
Mr. Chair, please continue with the roll call.
Yeah.
Don't forget, continue, finish.
Yeah, it's done. The roll call is done at the moment. We will add presence as maybe possibly people are coming in a little bit late.
District 13.
No,
Hey, Mary.
Oh, there you are,
This is Ben
Ben.
from District
Yes.
13.
How are you doing?
All right, I'm just checking in.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
You have D75.
Yeah, we're done for now. So the agenda today is we're gonna have some just voting on approving some minutes, and I think we also have a document to approve, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then we're gonna have face, I think probably Adrienne and Sadie, I believe, from 10 to 10:30, and 10:30 to 11 we're gonna have the chancellor, and at 11 we're gonna start the election. We're gonna hopefully try to do as quickly as possible, not as long as it was about a year ago, less than a year ago, because we had them in December, if I remember correctly. But I think they are, Jackie, I think you sent an amendment for the September election, or for the September minutes. Is that correct?
Yes, I did. There were two things. Again, Aaron, by his own admission, said that he is not the rep because they didn't have elections for last year or this year. So, I mean,
right, so
early
he cannot
in
be
January.
present. That's
And
correct.
also,
so we need to change that. We need to
there
fix
was
that.
Amendment made by Brooklyn High School's President's Council that members who speak during a section can speak again in the next section. But I saw that in the minutes it said if a member speaks during a meeting. And I remember Brooklyn High School's making an amendment to that by saying it's the section.
Right. Well, the important thing is actually that is correct in the amended bylaws, right? Because that was a bylaw amendment. So that is actually the August meeting, right? Not the September meeting.
Yeah, it should be correct in the minutes also. You don't want to go to the minutes and see something different.
That's fine. But
okay.
I'm just saying the very important part is that it's got it correct. But yes, that is the case, at least as far as but are you talking about so is this the August or is this the September minutes, Jackie?
August 12th minutes,
August.
as
Okay.
well as the August
okay.
24th minutes
Good.
regarding the attendance.
Okay, perfect. So those are the amendments. Did everybody receive the minutes on this? Right? because they were sent.
I received it.
Right. So Shirley, you send them out, right? Do we need to show them or do we need, so we can just probably adopt the minutes with the amendments if there are no further amendments?
Marco, if I have my hand raised, and I'm sorry for calling out because we're not supposed to. There has to be another amendment to the August 12th minutes. District 23 was not at the meeting, and I re-listened to the tape to make sure that those that were present was there, and 23 was not present on August 12th. So that has to be corrected.
Let's maybe verify. Josh, did you miss the meeting on the 23rd, on the 12th?
It's possible. I honestly don't remember. It was over summer. If I didn't show up in the recording, I'm okay with being marked absent. I thought I did, but I don't know. I couldn't.
No, because this is where when those that had
It's
signed
okay.
off.
No need to discuss it further.
next
No need to discuss it further. It's saying that,
Right,
like,
okay.
fine.
Yeah, we
So
can discuss it later.
fine. No, it's fine. So you're okay with changing that information, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any more amendments to the minutes? No, doesn't look like. Is there anybody opposing that, like, feels like these are not the, no, that's it. So we don't, so nobody else feels there is any other additional change. We can adopt all those minutes, and that's great. So next up is,
just please state the date of which ones you're referring to. Are you combining them both? Or are you referring to just the August 12th?
I'm referring to all of them. We made amendments to all of them. So I'm referring to all the minutes that we have up for approval, which is August and September.
Okay.
Okay. Now, we have a document to approve, right? I don't actually have it in front of me. Maybe, surely you possibly have it available.
Okay, I'll share my screen.
Yeah, thank you.
And it should be shared now.
Yep. So this is, can you just speak about it maybe? This was submitted by the high school committee, was right?
That's correct. This is see, a letter to Chancellor Porter and opposing or suspending the removal of geographic priorities in high school commissions in Queens is the summary of that. And it details why it should be suspended or not removed at this time. And everyone had the documents to look over.
Do you want to maybe give a little, like a 1 minute explanation
Open it a
of
little
why?
larger so that people can read it.
Make it larger?
Yes, so that they can see it.
How's that? Okay, so the reason why Queens is asking to suspend geographic priorities or not to remove it at this time in the admission process, because to be equitable, Queens don't have as many high schools as the rest of the boroughs, with the exception of Staten Island. We only have 86. They're overcrowded, overcapacity, and there's not enough seats for high schoolers that live within the borough. We're approximately 13,000 seats shy, plus those on the other thing, it makes about 20,000 Queens high schoolers would have to go out of the borough regardless. So they are fighting for the seats already that's in Queens. And for those who live in Queens know that for most, it's a transportation hub nightmare. It takes students an hour to 2 to get to school. It takes a train and a bus to the train. And so we're asking until there are more high school seats in Queens to have the borough geographic to stay there, to give the high school is a better chance to stay within the borough. Because already automatically 13 has to leave the borough because there's not enough high school seats here.
I have so it looks like Veronica raised her hand. You have a question or comment, Veronica?
Yes, I was saying, why just Queens? Why are we not talking about across the board? And I think it should be not only Queens we're talking about.
Because the other boroughs are saying that they don't have that issue. Because Manhattan has over 100. Brooklyn has over 100 high schools. The Bronx have another 100. There are the overcapacity and overcrowdedness is not as in desperate as Queens is. So the other boroughs are okay with the geographic because it's more equitable. There's a lot of seats available in those boroughs. It's not the same issue as it is with Queens.
Just also for historical perspective,
Purposes.
maybe we want to state that.
Oh yeah, over 10 years.
The reason why the geographic priorities were removed was to actually allow students to access schools that they wanted to access, independently of the fact they were outside of the borough, because that was primarily an issue that was affecting Manhattan, that there were students that felt left out of being able to attend schools in Manhattan because they were priority, and only students in Manhattan were given priority. So that's the reason
also,
the geographic priority were removed.
Yeah, and this we're asking that the borough priority stays. We're not asking about districts and zones.
No, I understand.
I just want to clarify to make sure that another reason it's the borough priority that we want to make sure is at least is not removed from Queens. Again, there's like 20,000 shortage of seats, 13,000. They'll have no choice. 13,000 students have no choice but to go out of borough.
Great. So I have Jackie, then Leonard, then Matty.
Yes, I'm glad you said what you said, Marco, and I want to piggyback on what Veronica also said. And I've said it time and time again too. I'm part of the high school committee, CPAC's high school committee as well, that the boroughs, the other high school president's councils, that we need to come together and collaborate and speak with one another, because as Marco just said, that about the geographic priorities, I really know that if we sit down and speak with one another and meet and include DOE, all 5 boroughs, and include DOE in the conversation, that we can come up with a better collective plan on how to better serve all of our students and not just have this focus on Queens, because it does affect all the boroughs. And I've said this already, as a Manhattan High School's representative, I've said this already, it affects Manhattan, and there's things that we can do if we work together. So we need to meet and we need to talk before finalizing this letter, if there's one.
Okay, Leonard?
Hi, just a quick question. So, so in looking at the numbers that appear at the bottom of this letter, because you submitted some data, I don't know if you can pull that up on the screen. It appears that half of the high school seats in Manhattan go to out of borough students. Is there a concern that students from other boroughs are going to now go to Queens schools, and that those seats won't be available to Queens students? That's what or I'm just trying to figure out what the real concern is. Because I understand that there may not be enough seats, but are those seats now going to go to people from other boroughs? Because that's
right. If the Queens students don't have a priority, it's open to the entire city. So 13,000 seats, 13,000 high schoolers that lives in Queens have to go out of borough. So now if Queens borough is not a priority for admissions, is open to the entire city. So that number will increase of Queens high schoolers going out of the city.
Oh, can I just ask one other quick question while I have you? Could you just tell us, or Ken, I don't know if you know the answer, and I apologize.
We can barely hear you, Leonard. Can you
Oh,
maybe?
I'm sorry. Could you just answer
Yeah.
one other question? I don't know if you can hear me. Just, I don't know the answer and I apologize, but could you just tell us which boroughs have geographic priority now for high schools and which don't?
I think it was removed for all borough, and now they are asking for
Okay, just
restore
checking. Okay.
Queens priority. Is that correct?
Yeah, phase two, which the DOE has not announced, but phase two disemissions, all geographic priorities are supposed to be removed across the city. And that includes zones, districts, borough.
Okay, so we only have 3 more minutes for this conversation, guys.
Maddie had her hands up. I don't know.
No, I don't see anybody with their hands up. Who's had their hands up?
No, I
Maddie.
lowered it. I lowered it. I went back to what she said. I lowered it. Thank you.
Okay. So it looks to me maybe we want to have a longer conversation about this. I wonder, like a number of people were asking questions and some people suggested that we needed more conversation. Is there, okay, now there is a hand up. Go ahead, Celia.
Good morning. I'm hoping that we can move forward with this because Queens high schools, not just this current board of Queens high schools, but Queens has been really pushing for this for a while. At least the parent leaders have. The overcrowding in Queens, and I'm saying this as a high school person who used to be on CCHS for 4 years. Queens is exceptional in the amount of overcrowding in that there's some schools that are over 200% capacity. Brooklyn also has overcrowding, but not at 200% capacity and stuff. There's no building that should be over 200% capacity. It's just not fathomable. And this has been a consistent problem in Queens. So that's why you don't necessarily see the other boroughs asking in the same way. Brooklyn, there are some buildings that are at 125% of capacity and stuff like that, but we don't have anything that's like at 200% capacity. And there's more than one school in Queens, high school, that's at 200% plus of capacity. So it wasn't something that was asked easily. It's something that we really considered because it is an outstanding problem for the specific borough. Not that we're not saying that other boroughs don't have overcrowding, but it is an enormous strain in Queens. Right now, the worst of it, or the bulk of the overcrowding, specifically at high schools, is in Queens. So, and even, with this, it's not going to resolve the problem overnight, but it is a request. And I think that we should look at it from the perspective of the Queens parent leaders. Thank you.
So we have Cecilia and then Francis. We have 1 minute for both because then we're gonna need to move on to phase. Go ahead, Cecilia.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. No, I was going to say that, I mean, we can discuss the letter and other boroughs having this issue forever. I would like to make a motion to approve this. And then if other boroughs would like to join this, we can talk about that later. But I would like to make a motion to approve this letter.
Okay, great. Francis, go quickly.
I was just trying to understand the process because I'm not in high schools yet. I'm almost there. But so are you saying that when students who live in their own boroughs apply for high schools in their own boroughs, they don't get priority in their own boroughs? I'm just trying to understand that.
That's right. That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's the current state. But this letter asks is to change that for Queens, particularly for Queens. So we have a motion to vote for it. So let's take a vote.
Second.
I'm sorry, I have a question regarding that motion. I'm sorry, I'm trying to raise my hand. There we go.
What's up?
Yes,
So we
I
need-
want to, I feel that all boroughs should have a priority. That's why I'm saying that we should have a conversation before putting this ahead. Why is it just about Queens, as Veronica brought up earlier? All
Well,
boroughs
this is the
should have.
motion we have. This is the motion we have.
This is
in
the
front of us.
motion
You
that
can
we
vote
have on
against
the
it.
floor.
I
Marco, this
understand
came
that,
from the
but-
CPAC High School Committee. And
Right,
Jackie was
so, and
on
I
the
have a
committee when
question
this letter
about the
was
motion.
drafted.
And
So
I have a
this is
question
why it's
about the
up for
motion.
Everyone
vote,
is
because
talking.
this
Are
is
we kids here?
clear.
Everyone is talking at the same time. We
Yeah,
can't
the
understand.
co-chairs are being rude to me because I was speaking. I was saying that as Veronica raised earlier about all boroughs should have priorities. It shouldn't just be Queens, and Bronx have close to 200% in some of their schools, maybe not over 200%, but they do have a high number as well. And I think this should be a citywide ask that all children get priority within their own boroughs. That's all I'm saying. And either amend the motion or what have you, but that was my point, not just about
I
Queens.
may respond because it was my motion. Dr. Cody, like I don't disagree that maybe all boroughs can have this, but I think it will be stronger if you come, and say like later, we also want this. Like, so it comes from everyone. But as of right now, to take a step forward with this concern that has been raised for a long time, regarding Queens, which is like, I think pretty obvious that Queens is the worst, problem in terms of overcrowding. Let's approve this, and then we can also work on the other boroughs. It's not that excluding the other boroughs, it's taking
And
a
that's
step
why
forward.
it's been an issue,
Guys,
because
no
we
more
haven't worked
discussion. No more
together. That's why it's
discussion.
been
There
an
is a
issue.
motion on the floor.
We haven't been working
This
together.
motion
That's
was
why it's an issue.
seconded. This
Bronx High
motion
School
was seconded.
second.
We're just gonna vote on it, and if you don't like it, you vote against it. You don't have to. We don't need to argue anymore. We're also out of time. So we're gonna go by district round. I don't know if Sean joined for District 1 in the meantime.
Not yet, Mr. Chair.
Looks
No.
like no. So Leonard.
Yes,
District 2.
yes.
Jimmy, District 3.
Yes.
Well, no, Rashida cannot vote. Sorry, Rashida. Aisha, District 4, District 5.
Yes.
Angela, District 8. Gonna skip you, Angela. We'll get back to you. Maria, District 10.
Yes.
Ben, District 13.
Yes.
Jenny, District 15.
Yes.
Did Marta come in from 16? No, doesn't look like. So Veronica, District 17.
Yes.
Randy, Tamara, District 20. If she's here. No, she's not here. Randy, 21.
Yes.
Sabina, 22.
Yes.
Josh, 23.
Yes.
Matty, 24.
Yes. Yes.
Francis, 25.
Yes.
Cecilia, 26.
Yes.
Lisa, 27.
Yes.
Jessica, 28.
Yes.
Kamaria, 29.
Yes.
Did Anna from District 30 come in the meantime? No, looks like not.
No, Mr. Chair.
So Jazzy, 32.
Yes.
Andrea, 75.
Yes.
Celia, Brooklyn High School.
Yes.
Bronx High School, Lourdes.
That's a yes.
Jackie from Manhattan High School.
Yes, with conditions.
There is no condition. Is it a yes or no? You can always submit a new motion next time to add other. So is a yes or a no?
I believe Cecilia made the motion and said we can do this for other boroughs within her motion. So yes, with those conditions.
No, this is the motion is to approve the document as it is. We can add the.
Fine,
There can be
Mr.
a
Chair.
new. There can
Mr.
be a
Chair.
new.
You can go ahead with Councilmember Cody with what she stated. Yes,
But the
based
old
on the
document is
motion
about
stated.
Queens.
It's fine.
But Marie, the old document. So we have a 2-page document that discusses the Queen situation.
I can restate the motion if you like.
No, the vote actually has been taking place, and it was worded accordingly with what Councilmember Cody is referring to, with those conditions stated by District 26, Ms. Benosta. It is fine because
But I
it's
don't
still
understand what
stating,
condition. I didn't understand that Cecilia.
it's still stating
condition.
what Ms. Venosta had mentioned, that provided that we can revisit and expand this to other boroughs. So it is
Oh,
fine.
no,
It's
no,
still
of course
well
we can
within.
revisit. Of course we can revisit a standard, but the vote right now is for the
letter as is, correct. But Ms. Venosa did state in her motion, provided that we can explore further to include this for other boroughs.
Right, of course, but we like right, yeah, okay. Of course, we can always revisit and explore more options. But yes, definitely we will, or you will, because I'm not going to be here. But okay, so we're good, Jackie, right?
Yes, so her acceptance is acceptable, and
Yeah,
you can
okay,
move on
good.
to the
Okay,
next
that's fine. Then
member.
Shirley, I'm sure is a yes, since you presented it.
That's still yes.
Good. So then everybody voted.
And Mr. Chair, please note that District 8 added a yes into the chat.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah, District 8 was missing. Yeah. Thank you. Great. So next up, I don't see. Oh, yeah, I do see Sadie. Next up, we have Face and Sadie. You can take it over. I'm not sure if you're. Oh no, Adrian is also here, so I don't know which one of you wants to take it over. You can both take it over.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm so sorry.
Oh, how about I start and then I'll
Go ahead. Yes.
Hey, Sadie. Good to see you. I'll start and then kick it right over to you, Sadie, for the FACE updates. I think the biggest and win of the school year so far is that Chancellor's Regulation A660 and the amendments therein are posted for the PEP. That's a huge win for FACE. It's a huge win, obviously, for CPAC, and it's an example of a partnership that I think began in the spring. And just to sort of take it back, I remember when I first started as I wasn't even the deputy chancellor yet. I was the COO under Deputy Chancellor Hydra. And I remember sitting down with parent leaders and former parent leaders talking about A660 and how it was outdated and how there had been working groups and all these recommendations for changes. And that was years ago. And so, you know, I recall maybe in the winter, in the spring, many of you who are on this call, particularly the CPAC executive board and leaders, said A660 is outdated and it needs to be changed, and especially now. Now we have virtual meetings and we have, you know, we need to relax some of these outdated financial requirements and all of that. And I think my response to you all was, we'll form a working group, make some recommendations. Let's see, you know, how to make those changes happen. I'll support you. We'll support you in that. And you all did that. You followed through. You started a working group, and we had some really great members of FACE who were also part of that working group working alongside you. And what resulted was a really strong A660 that I think everyone on this call can be proud of. And something that's very difficult to do. Many have tried, but it's this group of leadership in CPAC who succeeded. And it's this sort of group of FACE support and DOE collaboration that worked. And so I'm very happy about that. I think that's a win for everyone on this call. I'm grateful to Sadie, who, has been leading the force and making sure that, we did our part on DOE to support and follow through with what I think is pretty significant update and change for all of us. And hopefully it makes all of our parent leaders' lives a little bit easier because it brings all of our systems into the 21st century. So I'm grateful to everyone here on this call, but I also want to turn it over to Sadie because I know she's doing a lot of thinking and planning around FACE and a lot is happening there. And so with that, I'll just turn it right over to our ED of FACE, Sadie Campbell-Moore.
Hey, everybody. Thank you, Adrian. Yeah, really excited about A660, but have been working with CPAC actually, and was really excited to be able to talk to you guys today about some guidance that we are co-developing in service of making sure that PTAs can do all types of different engagements and events and convenings. We're fielding lots of questions. And by we, I mean CPAC leaders that you have that we're sitting with today, but also our superintendents. And so I wanted to walk through some of the Q&A and get your sort of feedback on it. Our teams internally seem to think it will be good, but we wanted to make this a FACE and CPAC collaboration. So I didn't know if you guys wanted me to share my screen or you wanted me to walk through this verbally, guys. What do you recommend?
Share your screen. Because
Yeah,
once you finish,
you should be allowed to share it. And
thank
yeah.
you.
All right. So here we are. So this is draft right now, just because I wanted to get 100% sign off from our labor partners internally, from legal, for all of the different pieces. But I was really happy to be able to produce this again with the full partnership and expertise of the CPAC exec board. So this is something that we would ideally message out to principals as well as to parents. Because a lot of folks are asking questions, especially as Halloween comes up, or we think fondly of buying those erasers and those pencils in our school lunchroom or out in the yard during lunch at one point. So these question and answers refer to PTA in-person engagements and events, not meetings, right? Because those are governed by A660, and also want to make sure that if we were talking about meetings, that PAs and PTAs should and really must provide an opportunity for the public to listen and view the meeting remotely, as they must be non-exclusive and open to the general public. But saying all that to say, that was like my little caveat, but saying all that to say, we're hearing a lot of questions about, can PAs, PTA gatherers in person for family and school-wide community engagement and events? For example, backpack giveaways or Halloween somethings, things that are outside, things that are socially distanced, etc. So here the answer is, and we definitely got this part vetted from our health folks, but worst, consult with your principal, right? Don't do anything that without letting them know, and asking when the best time is, norming around the space use, etc., and the parameter of the event, of course. But without that, but besides that, you want to also make sure that all visitors adhere to the safety guidelines on school property, right? Masked, vaccinated, distanced, that outdoor is king. We all live in the Northeast, and so recognizing that not all seasons are outdoor friendly, but you maybe utilizing a nice time together, that outdoors is great. We recommend that for any in-person events, fundraisers, etc., that you take after instructional hours. So some folks have asked, is that after school? Can after school be going on? And I think that's really, we want to reduce exposure in general. And so what we want to do is try to ideally have it after school, but it could be in totally separate wings of the school building. And that's really a discussion that you guys should have. And you can also have this, of course, at your SLT meeting, which is a great place to hold these kind of discussions. Can PAs, PTAs host fundraisers, sales events during instructional hours? So I just quoted the regulation, thanks to Randy Garay, who has educated me through this process and continues to educate me, all of you guys do. And so we said, they can continue to host these in-person engagements, fundraisers at the principal's discretion. All visitors would have to adhere to current safety guidelines. So That's like for maybe students, or sort of think book sales, or maybe this Scholastic Book Fair, etc. So I would love to open this up for discussion, because I know that there's so many different situations, but we were hearing this sort of far and wide for FACE to put this forward. And I wanted to maybe, put it forward in partnership with you guys, because I think that's us modeling the world we're trying to see our schools and our other parent leaders to do, is that this stuff policy is informed by the parents. So with that, I see two hands. I don't know if Marco and Jimmy, it's okay if I call on folks, or do you want to call on them? All right, so I see a hand. I don't know if I see a name because I'm sharing. Maybe I'll stop sharing. All right, Maddie.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, and congratulations on President's Council President.
Thank you. My question is, when you talk about the school visitor policy, and I'm getting to what you just spoke about. It mentions in the DOE guidelines that in order to enter the buildings, you are to be vaccinated, masked, all that great stuff, all the safety guidelines that exist. But here you talk about school property. So is distinction being made between school buildings versus a schoolyard? Or is the outside still part of school property? I mean, that's the biggest question we're
School
getting.
property, yeah, it is. That is considered school property. So if it's in the
So
yard,
even like a yard,
you
the
should,
outdoors.
we should masked, distanced, etc.
Okay, so maybe that needs to be, because what's happening is, it happened at my President's Council meeting this week, where we were discussing events. And it was quoted from the DOE website that it just says to enter school buildings, you must be vaccinated, but it doesn't mention anything about school property. So I
Yes,
think that
that's
needs to
fair.
be clarified, because there's
That's
a
great.
lot of confusion out there regarding school buildings versus school property. And if we have, better information out there, we can better inform our constituents also.
Great. That is a really great, that's very helpful feedback. Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate that. I'm like looking through the document to see where I can be clearer about it, but yeah, I think that's right. If it's
So just
because
to be
some
clear.
people have, yes, and it is, I do want to be clear, because some people you have to go through the main building to go into the yard, for example. So it's all school property, yards count, etc.
Okay. So so I'm on the same page that school property does include, even if I don't have to go through a building, anything that is within the gated area of the school is school
right.
property.
That's right.
Okay.
Because if something happens in the schoolyard, we're not like, oh, that was outside the school, right? Like if something happens between our kids or our families on the
right. I
schoolyard,
just
we're
wanted
like,
to be clear.
we think that we take full responsibility for that. So absolutely.
Definitely
Anything that's
wanted
on
to
the
be clear.
school.
Okay. Perfect.
No, that's
Thank
great.
you.
And I mean, look, and Andy, I'll just be honest, because we're among friends. I sometimes sort of hold this tension between, how prescriptive should FACE be, right? Because I know that there's so many different situations, but also the guidance can at least be a norming place for people. And that kind of question really illuminates the importance of that. So thank you for that. I see Francis from District 25.
Hi, good morning. I have a question. I don't know, because I couldn't see like the whole document. Are other online platforms on there, since a lot of people were transitioning to online fundraisers like PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, GoFundMe?
No, this was just about in-person events and engagements. That was it. It was not to take on any other guidance. It was just like, hey, we want to do a thing in person. How do we do it?
So is there guidance?
That's not a meeting. That is not a meeting.
Is there guidance for online platforms? Like I thought the only online guidance for was that any online platform had to be directed, linked to the PTA account. Is that the only guideline?
Francis, you're confusing what she just presented with the A66's regulations that were posted.
Right, it was about
that were modified that include financials.
Right, but
guidelines.
It's fundraising, correct?
It doesn't have to be. We called it engagements or events, because some of them are just gatherings to give out a backpack. Some of them just want to do lots of different things. You guys can chime in.
My question is, what are the guidelines for online platforms? Are there anywhere in the A660?
So there are amendments for the A660 that will talk about using online payments, and we will have a financial guidance sort of to go out along that if the proposal is passed by the panel for educational policy. So we do not have financial guidance to go over with you today on how to maneuver that. Up until this point, the regulation reads, by check. The amendments will include online payments, and we will have a financial guidance document to go along with that. And I'm sure that I'll probably meet with CPAC exec board, the new exec board, when we have, it's all settled in, to really talk through, maybe, and there's a transition month, I don't know, to talk through how we talk that out as well. Similar to how we did the bridge team, which many of you were a part of. So thank you. What does the GV stand for?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Ms. Campo, it's just something that the nominating committee is doing.
Oh, got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, I see.
Right, so
17.
Veronica and Sabina.
Yeah, and then 22, yes.
My question to you is, a lot of school have the park that attach in the schoolyard. What is the guidance on that? How do we tell people who lives in the community and we doing an event outside that they cannot come in and it's a public park? How do we move forward with that? Is it that we close it and we have to get some guidance from NYPD or whatever to close the park?
Yeah, if you're closing a park, you do have to get a permit. But normally, I think it's just sort of like you block off your certain area because you can't not have the public be able to come into the park. At least that's the experiences that I've had. But yeah, if you're doing like a gathering, I think, of more than 25 people in any park, you have to do a permit.
And just jumping in there, Sadie, just to sort of clarify, there are New York City playgrounds that are actually co-owned sort of by DOE and the Department of Parks. And so that sounds like that's what you're talking about. The best person to go through is the principal, because the principal can navigate sort of through that process. But it's a collaborative sort of ownership of that space between DOE and Parks. And there's agreements around that. And so the principal will be the best person to understand what the agreements are and then what the protocols are to reserve the space outside of school hours.
Thank you.
That's absolutely right. Thank you. Thank you, DC Austin, for sharing the nuances. Man, public policy is like a whole bunch of nuances, which is a fascinating challenge. District 22, Sabina, beautiful name. Hello.
Good morning. How are you? So funny. I hated my name when I was a kid. But thank you. What I wanted to say was those stipulations about, principals having the discretion of, what's allowed and what's not becomes quite unfair because you have some principals who would prefer to do nothing. And then you have families that are like, well, school A, B, and C can do it. Why can't school, 1, 2, 3 do it? And sometimes the principals don't give you a reason for why you can't. So it's hard when it's on the discretion of the principal rather than sort of across the board. And I just wanted to bring that up because I know that comes up a lot. Yeah.
It does come up a lot, which is one of the reasons why I think that the CPAC exec board and other people had asked explicitly for central to put out guidance so that people could have something to norm around, that there was an expectation. It's one of the reasons why we talked about attendance last month, where I said there was an expectation that principals and school communities, that could be parent coordinators, others, must contact parents multiple times a day via letter, via this, because norming and generating awareness around the expectation, this huge system, right? 1,584 schools. Is a lot. And so we Central will message out to principals via their communications that they get weekly. We will message this out to superintendents, executive superintendents, their district staff, our family leadership coordinators, support coordinators, parent coordinators, and then of course you, right, that can help beat the drum so that when I'm talking to, Jazzy, and I'm like, hey, Jazzy, how's it going over at your school? Oh, great, we had these amazing events. Really, I was told I couldn't have any events. Then I have something to go to, right? That we're actually learning as an ecosystem, like, wait a second, this is possible. it's not going to solve for all the problems of the world for sure. But because we hear this a lot, right? We told principals this, and it's like, well, my principal did this amazing thing, and my principal said this different thing. So it's not going to solve for all the problems of the world. Acknowledging the validating what you're saying, but also saying that this was actually one of the reasons why Randy and Jimmy and Andrea and Marie and others were like, hey, we need to actually issue something. And I think that's one of the reasons why they were willing to issue it together, that it's from FACE and CPAC, so that parents are behind this and Central. But thank you for the point, and I hear you. Also, not everybody's got a schoolyard, not everybody's got like, a functioning, big functioning PTA that wants to do this, but these are ways we can generate excitement around it for sure. Thank you for the question. I see Ben Green, District 13, then Randy, then Lisa.
Good morning, Sadie. Good morning, Adrian. I have a couple of questions and I'm gonna be quick about it. One comes around communication with President's Council and PTAs. I've been having miscommunication or non-communication among my FLC on what is the rule when it comes down to sharing the PTA presidents and the executive board emails or contact information, however which way they're trying to get in contact. Adrian, I've been trying to get in contact with you for about 2 months now about this situation and didn't hear nothing coming back from your email. So I just, if maybe I got the wrong email address, I think, or not, but I need some guidance behind that. The other thing is
Wait, can I just reflect back the question, Ben? Because I want to make sure I got it, which is contact information for PTA exec boards for the President's Council.
Right, because we're having problems. Like as you know me, I'm not a fan of just having the DOE do everything for us. I believe that handcuffs our future leaders, that they have to depend on one person, and does not give PTAs the ability to collaborate with one another and with the school. So that's the reason why I asked if we are able to get that, because it's been 1 minute I'm hearing no, the next minute I'm hearing I got to ask the right question to get the right answer. That, and you can't work in those kind of vacuums. The other thing is about fundraisers. I get a lot of questions about this, and I see in their new A660 is they're talking about debit cards. My question is can you give me some more clarity on what they can and cannot do with that debit card when it comes down to it?
Absolutely.
And that's my only.
So, and those small questions. Well, I just want to call in our Chancellor who has joined us today. Good morning, Chancellor. Nice to see you. And
good morning. I wasn't sure if I was showing up as myself because I'm in the car. So I was in the chat.
You were trying to be under the radar, but we see you and we welcome you. So Ben, I'm going to come back to your questions. The first one, and I saw Adrian also come off, so maybe she also wants to address it. The first, just to remember for everybody, was on contact information and how you can get the contact information. I think that's a really great point. I want to validate that there's some really robust president's councils, but that there's still maybe a handful or two of schools that aren't coming every month. And what I'm hearing you is you say you want to do some outreach, you want to work with them. So that's beautiful. We'll come back to that. And the second was on fundraising, which again, there's no amendment that's been passed yet. When there is, we will have to work through what the finance guidance is together, but I will be able to address some of that when we come back with the short break. And with that, without further ado, Chancellor Misha Porter, how do you do this morning, and welcome.
I am well, and thank you, everybody. And please apologies for whatever I may shake. I don't know where my glasses are right now, but I'm here. And I was like, I'm going to be on time, and I'm going to give CPAC the time that I owe them. And so I was like, I don't care where I am, I'm logging in. So it's great to be back with you all. Today is actually our 1 month mark of being back in school. And, I just want to thank, everyone and start with a huge thanks to the outgoing executive board for your tireless work and advocacy on behalf of families and communities across New York City. I also want to thank Marco for his leadership as co-chair of CPAC. I can't believe this is his last meeting. And I also want to thank Marco for being a teammate on the School Diversity and Advisory Group when we were both in the same committee. And so it's been a pleasure to work with you in so many different capacities and to land in this place with you. Just thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I want to also thank, just say thank you to all the families and school communities for continuing to uplift our students, as they made their way into classrooms in these unprecedented times. I know you have heard, because I know this group listens, and we announced earlier this week that we'll be transitioning away from the Gifted and Talented program, a program that only admits 2,500 kindergartners a year based on a single test to 4-year-olds, to a more universal approach that we're calling Brilliant NYC. And what it means is that basically students enrolled in GLT currently won't experience any changes, but the changes will begin with the incoming kindergarten in the fall of 2022. And here are 4 main differences between G&T and Brilliant NYC. First, there will no longer be a single test administered to 4-year-olds. Second, all elementary schools will begin implementing an accelerated instructional model. And in advance of 3rd grade, students will be universally screened by subject area to determine if they would benefit from tailored acceleration. Even students who receive acceleration will remain in mixed double classrooms, unlike the G&T model that mostly separates students in the program from their classmates. There are a lot of reasons for the change, but first, to reach every child rather than benefiting only a small portion of students. Compared to 2,500 kindergartens admitted to G&T each year, accelerated learning is going to be offered to all 65,000 kindergartners, 26 times more children. The number of elementary schools offering accelerated programming will multiply from 80 to all 800. Second, a single test administered to 4-year-olds is educationally unsound and unfair. And we all know that there are many, many, many gifted children across our system. Isolating students in G&T programs continues to perpetuate racial segregation that exacerbates inequities in our schools. And finally, providing all students with the opportunity to receive enriched support tailored to their strengths is far more consistent with sound educational practices. We're going to be revisiting in all 32 districts to hear their input about our plan, answer questions, and help to shape it further. I want to just commit that this is true engagement. We want to hear, we want to tweak, we want to make adjustments, we want to add based on input from families. We're also going to invest in training for all of our 4,000 kindergarten teachers so they can create rich learning environments in their classrooms and provide age-appropriate project-based opportunities to learn and observe and identify student strengths. We'll have 7 borough-wide teams of accelerated instruction experts who will work with schools to support implementation, and additional teachers will be hired in neighborhoods that historically have had little access to G&T. Now I want to shift gears to attendance. While we have been encouraged by slow improvements, our numbers are still below pre-pandemic levels. So we are redoubling our efforts to get as many of our students as possible back in our buildings. We are also confident that we have demonstrated that reopening our schools are safe and supportive environments. And we're telling families that more time in school means their children will get the social and emotional and academic support they need to thrive, learn, and be happy. And of course, we also know that getting to school isn't always easy. So we're reaching out to families one by one to help them solve any logistical problems they may be having. We're also working to get our families to submit signed consent forms to have their children COVID tested in our buildings. This is another area where we're making progress, but we want to do better. Testing is essential. It's an essential part of keeping everyone safe in our schools, and we want all of our children to participate. So please continue to reach out and urge families to submit those forms either through the NYC Schools account or downloading the form at schools.nyc.gov/COVID testing and bring them back to schools. Again, I want to thank you for your time and your commitment to our schools and to all New York City children. Your participation in this space shows that you are the parents of 1.1 million children. And, to Jimmy and Marco, thank you for your commitment to the council. Thank you for your work. And I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you, Chancellor. I see a lot of hands up. Randy, go ahead. Randy?
Oh, I'm sorry, I had my hand up before for Sadie.
Oh, okay. So Leonard.
Yes, good morning, Chancellor. Thank you for being here. Chancellor, as you mentioned, there's been a lot of fanfare from the Brilliant NYC program. I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but I'd like to know why there continues to be such an emphasis on spending so much time and energy on elimination or the revamping of programs that currently affect only 1% of our DOE students when you have upwards of 1/4. I think the last numbers I've seen are 1/4 of African-American students and 1/4 of Hispanic students that don't even graduate in 4 years. So I'd like to know what's being done to help those students right now who are in first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth, fifth, all the way through 12th, who quite frankly are not going to graduate, and we have abysmal dropout rates as well. So we continue to focus on the supposed inequities of the highest performing students, but not looking at the fact that we're failing so many, upwards of 1/4 of students who are just not even graduating in 4 years. So what are we doing to help those at the other end of the spectrum? And if there is a spectrum of high performing and lower performing students, I'm just curious how the resources are going to be allocated for these teachers, these kindergarten teachers, when despite the fact that we know there are differences with languages and there's differences in ESL, there's differences in kids in IEPs, we're now saying that everybody is ready for an accelerated program. So I'd just like to know how those two issues jive as well.
Thank you, Leonard, for your question. And I don't think there's anything wrong in that ask. So, but I do think that what we are, I agree with you, right? Like I agree that this has been a big conversation about a small group of students. But I think that our plan of creating accelerated learning programs, of retraining teachers, of ensuring that they can provide differentiated supports to varying learners in their classrooms is actually going to support improving graduation rates over the long haul. You know, to your point of, you know, targeting a small population of our students and really, you know, thinking about the programming that happens for that group, I think it also leans into there's a larger group of students in our system that require individualized support, attention, and access to high level programming. I was a principal of a 6 through 12, and I knew that access to high level colleges and universities were about students having access to 4 years of math and science. And that doesn't begin in middle school. It doesn't begin in high school. It begins in early elementary school by creating a strong foundation for learning. And that's what this is about, creating a strong foundation for learning so our students can thrive across all grade levels.
Sorry, I got muted. I muted myself. Okay, next is Veronica.
Thank you, Margot. Good morning, Chancellor Porter. My question to you, as a parent, we were told that if we're not vaccinated, we cannot come in the building. But it's a little confusing because the kids are not vaccinated and they are in the building, lived in the same household with many parents who are not vaccinated. So it's a little confusing, and they keep pushing. So now you're limiting parents' involvement in school because they choose not to have the vaccine, but you are allowing our kids who do not have it or it's not eligible for it as yet to be in the school. I'm a little confused about that. How, the double sword. I find it's a double-edged sword there. Thank you.
Thank you, and how are you? So what we're trying to do is limit the number of folks that are in the buildings that are unvaccinated, because we know that we have students that are not eligible to be vaccinated. And in case of an emergency, a parent can enter a building to deal with an emergency situation. But the goal is really to limit, having gotten to the point of where 96% of our entire staff is vaccinated. And right now, every adult in our school buildings are vaccinated. We want to continue to just, try to limit the number of unvaccinated people in our buildings. And, our students have to be in the building for learning. And if there's an emergency, we will let parents in, but we really want to limit the number of unvaccinated people in the buildings.
Well, Chancellor Porter, do you realize that is taking away parent involvement with our schools? And as you know, a lot of parents have not sent their kids back in the building, and they continue to express to me that they would not be sending them back in because if they have to come and to let the security know what they're there for, they choose to keep their kids home. Can you, I know it's not only you, but the mayor, they need to think this through and come with a different approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you guys want me to respond, or I'm not sure because I'm seeing the chat go too. I want to honor the time.
Yeah, technically there are no follow-up questions so that we can get everybody to ask questions.
No problem.
Veronica, if anything, you just send an email to FACE and they will get you an answer. Jackie, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Jackie?
Good morning, Chancellor. I'm doing the dance. I'm hearing some stuff. I see you. And I'll leave it at that. How you feeling today?
Listen, that voice. Thank you. I thank you. I'm good.
All right, I got two concerns. Start the clock. What is being done to recruit more teachers of color, Black teachers, and encourage students in New York City public schools to pursue careers in education? Just as more people from local communities are being recruited by the NYPD, more people from local neighborhoods are needed to educate students in New York City public schools. I applaud the recognition of the gifts and talents of all students. Let us now ensure that our teaching staff is more equal as well. In addition, as we hire and retain more teachers of color, we must also elevate the language to eliminate terms that have been causing divisiveness among parents. Second concern, too often people who look like you and me had to fight for a seat at the table. Not only do we have a place at the table now, we're also the host. I, along with several parent leaders represented here, have made it our mission to seize this historic moment in time to ensure that every New York City public school student receives the best education possible. By truly listening to students and combined voices of all educational stakeholders, we must begin to focus on enhancing effective teaching and learning to meet the needs of students and offer them a preparation and guidance they need to succeed in today's society. Students must always come first, and you know that, your babies. Together we can. The village must literally come together and learn from one another. So again, Manhattan High Schools, we extend an invitation to investigate collaborative approaches to achieving true equity. We'll provide you with the blueprints that will surprise the world. Give us an hour, one day, and the most convenient time throughout the week of October 18th. We asked this back in July and again in August. There are more collaborative approaches to achieving our collective goals of excellence. Who can we communicate with directly to schedule a meeting with you?
So you can reach out to my team, work with Adrienne and Sadie, and they can get to Chantel to try to get some time. And I'll say specifically on, diversifying our teacher pool. I completely agree, and it's definitely a priority for mine. We have, we're working with the Division of Human Capital to think more closely about what that looks like. But we also have initiatives like, Black Men Teach. The teaching fellows have been really great about diversifying our teacher corps. I'll also say this. Last year, we recruited so many new teachers as subs, and many of them were people from the community who stepped up when we needed them most. And we have created a lot of pathways for those people to get certified and become full-time teachers. So happy to, bring our team on to talk specifically about how we're targeting. I'm excited about thinking about how in many communities across the city, you know, we really do some recruitment efforts in the neighborhoods that we, you know, get students to come back to this. I hired one of my former students to teach in my building. You know, I probably have done that 3 or 4 times, and it makes such a difference, but it also is meaningful to that student when they become a teacher, and they, you know, they understand the experiences of the young people in the building in a very different way. So more to come. Happy to connect.
Thanks. Jessica, go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for joining us today. I understand that Brilliant NYC is going to be replacing the current G&T program. However, as parent leaders, it would have been nice to sort of been, let's say, at the table or had some conversations in regards to the new program. What will happen with the citywide programs and those buildings and those families, and how? And also, I was just questioning as to, will parent leaders definitely be part of the engagement process as we discuss this new program?
Absolutely. And I hear you. And I just want to strike a balance between what we put out and engagement. And so for us, Brilliant NYC is a blueprint for a plan. It is not a plan if we don't have parent input, if we don't engage community stakeholders, if we don't get voices that actually make it better, and a plan that's real. I'm a part of that is also a conversation about what do we do in those existing programs. And so I know it feels conflicting, like, did we put out a plan or are we engaging? We're doing both, but we didn't want to come out with nothing in hand. And I'll say a lot of the plan was informed by experts, by conversations that we've been having with parents over the years, and also recommendations from the School Diversity Advisory Group. So again, looking forward to engaging with families, with communities around what, you know, about what the final plan and recommendations needs to be going forward.
Rashida?
Thank you, Marco. Hey, Chancellor Porter.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Who do we have, like, what kind of support do we have, or can we provide for families who are still I know you're logging in. You made it. Families who are choosing to still keep their children home. Most of the children who are under the age of 12 who have not yet got the vaccination, or you know, just all of these different circumstances that may not fall in the realm under the criteria of being able to receive, you know, like the home instruction. I'm rambling. We need support for families who are still keeping their children home, who are begging for remote options, and schools are calling ACS on them. And the reason why I mentioned ACS is because some parents are able to talk to their superintendents to get the support from some of their FLCs or even exec soups. And a lot of families are not. They don't know who to turn to. If the schools threaten them with ACS, or ACS is being called, they don't know where to go. They don't know what to do. And it just seems as if there are some school staff who are willing to help and support families more than others. And just wondering what discussions y'all are having at Central to really support these families and schools around these like unprecedented circumstances.
So we are, first of all, definitely hear you and want to work with families, want to work with schools, want to give schools guidance. ACS is not the guidance. And, you know, would really love to hear from this group if there are particular districts where you're hearing and seeing that, so we can go to those places. I can tell you, you know, I've talked to the commissioner of ACS. They are uninterested. Of course, they want to support families, but they don't want to, you know, be in this spot either. And we've been very, you know, clear and honest about that. And so I think we have a number of options that we can work with families around. Until a student is discharged, they're still at school's responsibility, and their responsibility is to work with the family one, our priority is to get them in school. And if we can't do that, to figure out like what other alternatives they're eligible for. So if there are, I know that this doesn't always feel like not this space, but Central doesn't always feel like a trusting place. But I really need for this group to help and push us if there are districts in particular where ACS calls are rising, and we will look on our end because we can track them also. And so we can, work specifically with district to speak specifically with principals and come up with specific strategies, to resolve. I see the question, Rashida. It is Deputy Chancellor Robinson's team that does that work around attendance, school climate. I'm happy to follow up with her and have her follow up with this group. I'm sure Adrian and Sadie can also, but we don't want that to become an issue. We made that commitment that it wouldn't be.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben.
Good morning, Chancellor Porter.
Good morning.
Okay. I have a question. I was coming back off of the other young lady's question about community building. Is the DOE looking into any kind of programs to hire teachers where they live at? One of the things that we found out back in, I will say, the early 2000s and late 1990s is that a lot of teachers that lived in the community were more effective with our students than teachers that we see now. A lot of them are coming from out of Long Island, upstate. Is there any kind of program that we could put in place to get that, to get more teachers from around the neighborhoods and the community to come teach in our neighborhood schools?
Yeah, is the short answer. Let me go back to the Division of Human Capital and let's, think together about how we strategize in particular in our communities to get our neighbors in our buildings.
Okay. Shirley.
Good morning, Chancellor. We're in the month of October. High school admissions, middle school admissions are going in particular high school admissions, where we're going to hear back from DOE on whether or not they're going to continue with phase 2 of removing geographic priorities from high school admissions.
Let me follow up with Josh and team. We've been having conversations about, we're in that space about getting some very specific information to this committee on where we are with phase 2.
Thank you. So I cannot raise my hand, so I say it here. So thank you, First Chancellor, from your words before. I just want to go back to the Brilliant program. I really stress the need of really engaging parents on building this program.
Yes.
I mean, we really should have done it starting in June, maybe, or a while back, but starting tomorrow, with meeting, which representative of all parents group can do that. Because otherwise, because I feel like first of all, a lot of disinformation is out there, or misinformation is out there that can be through a lot of study, a lot of information that can be shared with these parents. And then I really feel that agreement can actually be coming through working together when there is a group that wants to find a solution. So I really want to make a call for that.
Yeah. So I am deeply committed to that. I mean, this doesn't move without parent support, without parent voice. We all recognize that there is going to be an election. There's going to be a new mayor who is charged with moving this forward. And I believe that having a strong parent voice in what should move forward is going to be what decides whether it actually, moves or not. And so I am deeply committed to, engaging in that process with families and communities and coming up with a plan that I agree with you that I think can really, I think there is a lot of misinformation, a lot of misunderstanding, and there are a lot of opportunities in this moment.
Thank you. Guys, I see no hands for the chancellor. What's going on? No more questions? We complained that we don't have her enough, and now we're gonna tell
You
her
know what it
this
is?
can
I'm
get
always
5 minutes
late.
short.
I've made it on time, and so people are used to having 5 minutes less from me.
You know what? I think I'm gonna tell you to go enjoy a coffee or whatever it is that you're
Thank you.
drinking. And we're gonna have actually gain 5 minutes to go back to Sadie and Adrian, that we actually cut them short before. Thank you, Chancellor.
Thank you, everybody. Take good
Thank you,
care.
Chancellor.
Marco, thank you so much.
Thank you,
you.
Chancellor.
All right, so let's move back. Adrian and Sadie, I need to ask you to take this next 5 minutes and finish everything that we were doing before. I know it's like very tough task, but
All
we
right,
need
we
to
got
start
it.
elections at
Yeah.
11.
No, I love that. Let's put us on the clock. So President's Council member Ben Green from District 13 got a question about how can President's Council members reach out to PTAs, right? We're noticing that, 10 of our schools are consistently not attending, or that we want to meet these new 15 PTA members that have never, are new to the community. How can we do that? Well, I would say first, we know that we can't just be like, here's everybody's email, but we have made a change in NICSA, which Adrian, I think, can talk about. But there are other ways also that we are going to encourage you to work with your family leadership coordinator, to work with FACE, to work in your community to get people's emails, because we know that that's a mission critical part of outreach and organizing and getting participation up and getting, of course, the momentum for joining these important meetings to come into fruition. So without further ado, Adrian.
Thanks, Sadie. One of the things that was, I think, exciting is that there is now a vehicle within NICSA for parents to select to have their information shared with parent leadership bodies. And so what I would ask of this group and CPAC exec board, it would be good for us to talk offline, like together with Sadie, around how do we do a really big NICSA push so that parents are going in there? I think we have close to 500,000 parents in NICSA as of now. But how do we encourage everyone to go back into their NICSA, check that box to say, share my information, and then, make a plan to say, okay, we're going to do a data poll in November and then start sharing out that data with our parent leadership structures. So, I'm excited about it. This was a big deal because this was something that parent leaders in the Bronx asked for. And we said, yes, why not? Let's do it. Why shouldn't parents have access to other parents' information, particularly where parents are releasing and saying, hey, I want to get the flyer and, the information from my local parent groups. And so it's built, it's a part of the system. And I think it's worthwhile of us just having a meeting to say, let's strategize around this so that when we do a data poll, you get really good information and we can share it out with everybody, all the parent leaders. So that's super, super exciting. Suggestion around sort of the workaround, because you all know this, but we certainly need people to consent sort of to have their information shared. And so this was our sort of give to be able to say, like, okay, we're going to comply with FERPA, we're going to comply with the parent privacy rights, but at the same time give information to parent leaders. If you're asking specifically for PTA president data as a President's Council president, I think that might be a little bit different, and it's worth a conversation offline, but you should have access to the PTA.
I was going to say that, Adrian.
Yeah.
That the moment that you become an officer, you agree that your information will be shared with not worldwide, but like with the people that need to have that information.
So maybe we need just a plan, like, again, a part of a meeting, like maybe we can be part of the next exec board meeting where we just create a plan to share it. This is just a matter of like, let's create the plan. We get the data and then we share it, and how are we going to share it and all the rest of that. I think we can easily do that so that all of the PTA, the President's Council presidents, are able to have that information. So both and, right? The PTA president information, but then also I know what y'all want is just generally to be able to have access to parents that you represent.
Yeah. Josh, we have 30 seconds.
That was my exact question. We're collecting the data. Can we pull that data for President's Councils? And it sounds like we can make a plan. That's lovely.
We can make a plan. And before we hop off, Marco, and Jimmy and entirety of CPAC, we've got a lot of good stuff happening. One of the things that we have happening is the Family and Community Wellness Collective. It's been a while, I think, since we've spoken about it, but I would love to see like a face and, you know, climate and wellness and Rashida and team presentation on that. I don't know if folks have come back and said, hey, this is how it went. This is like, you know, where we are in the process, but I would love for us to be able to share that out with everybody in CPAC. And then the second thing, which I think is tremendous news and great news, and I'm hoping that we can really be public about this very soon. But we have $4 million from City Council to expand on language access. And that's on top of adding about 1/3 of the staff to T&I. So expanding that office pretty dramatically. And I would love to be able to sort of share out the plans that were developed by advocacy groups and get you all feedback on that. So just putting a plug, there's some good stuff happening in the world of family empowerment, particularly with the Family and Community Wellness Collective, but also the expansion of language access for all families. I would love for y'all to be a part of it. So just putting a plug there to say, like, can we take a deeper dive, and would love to be able to do a presentation on that with you all.
Certainly communicate with the executive board that will be elected in just a minute.
And good luck to everybody
about all that.
With that, good luck to everybody. I'm going to hop off. It was good to see you guys. Good luck, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So yes, now I'm gonna need to ask those who are not either part of the, those are not gonna be running the election, or those who are not the official rep, that like, because the council that didn't have an election yet, to leave, so that we only, and they can do, you can go and join the YouTube streaming so that you can keep following the meeting from there, so that everybody, and Selena, you were, we got confirmation in the meantime from FACE that you in fact are the rep. So you should stay. And
Thank you.
I think, yeah.
Bye. Thank y'all. Good
Bye.
luck, everyone.
Bye. Take care. And we have Alexis from FACE staying just a moment to confirm on certification and things like that, if there is a need for that. So Marie, why don't you take it over?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And also just for clarity purposes, and that's pretty much for everyone, because something has been brought to my attention in terms of the positions, and we need to make sure that everyone understand, if you are on the PAC or DPAC chair or vice versa, President's Council, or whether if you are the PAC chair or the PA or PTA president, you also cannot hold position being the DPAC chair and also being the President's Council's president or co-president and so forth.
That's not correct. That's not correct, Marie, though. The only
yes,
regulation, just let me clarify, Mary. The only regulation is that the president of a PA cannot be also the Title I rep. That is the only requirement that exists.
Thank you.
However, it does apply to the DPAC as well, along with the President's Council. It does not change. I have been a DPAC chair for a number of years, dated back in 2011, to be exact. And I have also served on President's Council. That's always have been prohibited. And again, this is for a point of information, and it is clear, and I can verify that. It doesn't only apply to just the PAC, and then also the PA and the PTA president. To the higher hierarchy for the district, for the DPAC, as well as the President's Council, it does apply. That has not
Marie,
changed.
I'm sorry, but you're incorrect on that one, actually.
Incorrect.
So this federal law, so this is a federal law, right? Mandating the Title I funds, right? Around the Title I funds. they don't even know about president councils. So they have nothing to do with, so they don't even regulate president councils. They don't say anything about president councils, because that is not necessarily the way that
is correct.
that's that countrywide things work. So while you might have a
New
point
York,
that,
so
let
New
me
York
finish.
State is
One
one
second, Marie.
district.
One second,
One
Marie.
state is one district.
Marie.
However, Title I is applied.
Can
each
one
state
person
have their
speak at a time?
own.
Respect everyone, because you're confusing us as members trying to listen. Everyone cannot speak.
So this was just a point of information, nothing else. And there is no confusion. Many others are not aware of that. And again, it applies to PTAs. You cannot be the Title I PAC chair and also being the PA or PTA president. That's been that way since back in 2009 when I first started doing Title I. And this also came from Central when I worked with Sharon Rancher. That's been part of the citywide Title I guidelines. It has nothing to do with federal, Marco, and you are right, because New York City or New York State as a whole applies Title I within their own guidelines. So this is the reason for me saying that. So again, just for clarity, you cannot be the Title I PAC chair and also being the PA or the PTA president. It has been prohibited and that have not changed. But unfortunately, certain schools do not follow, and it's not, or maybe they're not aware of it. Unless something comes from Sharon Rancher's office that has been changed, I have not seen it. I looked into the citywide Title I guidelines that has been sent to the principals dated back from September of 2019, and that has not changed. And many of our members here are well aware of that. It has nothing to do with federal implementing Title I regulations and so forth. That's not what we're speaking of here.
May I, my hand is up.
And that was just the other part to that. So 11:07. Dr. Cody, please go ahead.
Yes,
and
I just
unmute.
want to ask if we can move on to elections. I don't want to be on here till 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We can deal with that at another point, please. We can move on to elections.
Jackie, the issue here is because I believe Selena is the DPAC chair as well as the
Okay, we can
CPAC.
straighten all of this out later. I'm sure Selena's not going to run for a position or anything. Just as you let Aaron in without a certification, let Selena stay for now, and let's go ahead and
This
do
is out
our
of order.
elections.
This is out
since
of
y'all
order.
I have my hand
to
up
me,
and I asked to speak.
can I speak for a
Council
second?
member,
Yes,
5 minutes,
please.
Marie. Can
I speak for a second?
No, you do not have the floor,
Yeah.
Ms. Atterbury. You have not
Marie,
been
actually,
called
let her
upon.
speak.
Please.
Marie, actually,
No,
let
no,
her
no.
speak.
Mr. Ben Green has his hand up next.
Yeah, I do want to hear. I understand we want to rush to elections, but that also, I'm in the same boat as Selena, is that the fact is I am the DPAC chair for my district. I didn't hear about that. I mean, I've been following up with Title I for the longest. I also sat there when we were talking about the making up the rules about PTA president. I am not a PTA president. I am the delegate. I'm the designee for the PTA president for my school. That turned around and being the DPAC chair, which is a 2-year term. My understanding is that the hierarchy is not aligned a lot of times from the district office to the school. The same as when we talk about district leadership teams. District leadership teams are not in line with the school leadership team. Things that happen with them is not the same as in the with the school leadership teams. I didn't see any language in there, and I am thinking about running for one of your positions that is not the chair or co-chair on the executive board. So I do want to hear more discussion on that before we move on to elections. So that we are clear and we're not doing this all over again.
Ben, I think you made exactly the right point. You are not, so what you cannot be is the PA or PTA president and the DPAC and the PAC chair of your school. And you specifically say, yeah, in fact, I'm not. I'm the designee to the president council, which then eliminates the conflict. And I believe Selena's situation is probably similar. Selena, can you just clarify?
I came here to support my district, my borough, and I'm sitting here in awe because I know all of y'all know me, and you know my heart is about passion and having the parents' voice. So to sit up here and come and go through this and the humiliation and I feel the disrespect of people who come and I support and encourage to be parent leaders, it's just beyond. I am also one who sat on the CPAC when it first started. Long time ago when we first got together, the only thing that is in the protocols is like you just said, the Title I and Title I chair and the PTA president can't be the same. It has not gotten to DPACs. It has not gotten to any other position to saying that they can. I am not a PTA president. I am a delegate, designee or delegate, however you want to put it, designee from my school to sit at my president's council, and every delegate or designee can run for office for the president's council, which I did. I ran, I was elected by Staten Island President High School Council to be their president, well, co-president, and I sit here just to do my part in this space. My son is a graduating senior. I'm, here to do as much as I can for the time that I can to do what I can do. I see parents of all levels, whether you're alum parents, whether you're current parents, here to try to put forth a space for parents' voice. So I do not understand all of this. There are many other DPAC chairs on this board that are also sitting at this board. So I don't know why we're having this long discussion. And so I think we should not have this long discussion. And I know, speaking to Sharon and Adrian, this is what Marie is saying is not true. And I'm just totally upset. I don't see why you coming at, I don't see why you're coming another.
Ms. Atterbury, thank you for your comments. It is
taken into consideration. I didn't know that you was the chair. I thought that Marco and Jimmy was the chair, and he told me that I could speak. So, and until he told me I no longer have the floor, then I was speaking. So if you could just let me know, Jimmy.
I was giving the floor to start with the process of the election. So that was stated. Currently, right now, we were doing a lot of clarification and inquiries. That was also brought to my attention. That was the reason for, but I do have the floor right now in process of beginning the CPAC elections. Thank you for your statement. Thank you.
But Marie, just to close the issue.
Oh, and for clarification.
From what, just 1 second. So from what I hear from Ben and what I hear from Selena, they are perfectly entitled to be here, and they have all right to be here and to vote. Correct?
We are moving forward with that accordingly.
Okay, great. Thank
Ms.
you.
Atterbury,
I just want to make sure that's clear.
What is it, Staten Island or D31? Will you the designee? Please unmute.
I'm here for Staten Island High School President's Council.
Okay, thank you. Let's change that accordingly. Ms. Brown, you have.
Yes, I'm a DPAC chair, but I am not a co-chair or president at my president council. My president cannot attend, and I was assigned as a designee. So I am not in the position as a DPAC chair or president on president council. I'm only holding at CPAC as a designee. I cannot, as far as I'm concerned, in my understanding, I cannot hold that role because I feel that whatever's happening for the PA and PTA should also be happening at President Council. Because when you're doing that and you're doing your DPAC meetings and you're explaining stuff and you having President Council, you're doing a double role. And people have been in that role and they said they do not want that. So from my understanding, you can't be in that role. So I am here as a designee. I'm not no president or co-president. So please understand that. And I am a DPAC chair. I want that clarification because it was stated in the chat.
All right, thank you for your statement, Ms. Brown. Just reading what Executive Director Kempo Ahmad is saying. And that's pretty much that. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I was
all
just
right, and I'm also, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Kempo Ahmad, please.
Thank you so much. I was just trying to summarize for Grisel and other folks who are wondering. I think it's a detailed, nuanced conversation that is, the question was, can Title I chairs be on CPAC? And the answer is yes, if you are a designee, not that you can hold the Title I chair and a PTA president or a president's council president. You can be through a designee, etc., which is why we have people here. And I think
Correct.
The spirit of the conversation was, how can we welcome folks into the space and also abide by all of the sort of rules and regs that, uphold and honor the integrity of the election. So
yes,
I think it's an important conversation. And certainly I think Marie and everyone was welcoming everyone to the table, but also good to ground on who can and can't and norm around those rules first. So that's all. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kempo Ahmad. And I hope now this is actually made clear, but to reiterate what has been said is that, yes, definitely you can be, even if you're the PAC chair, the designee to CPAC. However, but it is clear that you cannot be the PA president and also being the Title I PAC chair. That have not changed. So there is truth to this, and there is in no way we're trying to mislead any one of you, because I've always been about clarification and making sure that the right information has always been disseminated before I even speak. Research, has been done and reading it and so forth. So you will not ever on my end and my position ever being misled or given any wrong information. So as we were speaking and looking into clarification, Alexis had been doing certifications, and those who did we not have confirmed have been confirmed, and they have been changed accordingly. However, for District 11, we do not have elections have been conducted or been certified. Alexis, can you please verify? Because I have Teresa Roberts on for D11. Do you or have received any certification, Alexis, for District 11?
For District 11, I'm the recording secretary. I was looking to see if our president was here or our DPAC leader, but I'm reaching them out to them right now because I wasn't aware of this meeting until now myself.
Thank you for that, Ms. Roberts, but you will not be, even as a secretary, be able to represent or to vote into this election. So Alexa just said they do not have certification for District 11. So you will not be able to remain on the platform and to participate in this election. And this also goes for any district who have not conducted their elections. You will not be able to stay on the platform as well. So I would ask you to please remove yourself. And I don't want to have to state the district. If you have not
our
conducted
elections is happening on the 25th. So I don't understand, because we have up until the 31st to complete our elections. So for you guys to do elections now, I mean, you guys haven't even upheld the allotted time for us to complete our elections by. It's supposed to be done by October 31st. So I don't understand how you guys are able to do elections in the middle of the month of October.
So for clarification, CPAC have always conducted their elections in October in order to allow president's councils the opportunity to conduct their elections so that we can
Right,
have
but the
the right
President's Council has
Ms.
up until the
Roberts,
31st
Ms.
of
Roberts,
October.
you are speaking over me. I have to make this
Okay.
clear.
You were
So
doing
at this point,
the double side. You were doing it before, Maria. Now someone is doing it to you. You're up.
You know what? Two wrongs
Ms.
don't make a
Scott,
right. So I'm going to
so
humble out and just take that, because I did speak over her. I'm sorry.
Ms. Roberts, thank you. So again, for clarity, CPAC have always extended and conducted their elections on the second week in October to allow all president's councils to be able to conduct their election, if not by September 30th. As part of A660 pertaining to president's councils specifically, not PA and PTAs, elections have to have been conducted by September 30th. After that time, you cease to function. So
Right, but
anyone else who previously have been serving and who have not conducted their elections will not be able to participate in this election unless we have received word from FACE, who's helping us to facilitate and verify the elections.
Miss Marie,
So
but
when
this
Ms.
is not
Roberts, as
fair, because
secretary,
in our bylaws, our meetings are always the last Monday of the month. So, you know, by default, you have to also consider the bylaws of other people's President's Council. So if we had our President's Council's meeting within the first 2 weeks of the month, okay, I understand, but then you're excluding a whole lot of councils who have, according to their bylaws, their meetings towards the end of the month, especially when FACE allotted for us to be able to conduct our elections by October 30th. You know, and I don't understand how you can have elections without everybody being prepared or even being given a chance to make that October 30th deadline.
So Ms. Roberts, at this point, we have checked in with all of our president's councils where we actually do check in to make sure that we have the majority of our president's councils who have conducted their elections. Many actually were done just earlier this week in order to prepare to have to participate in this election for this very Thursday. And if it has not been done, again, this is specifically related with president's councils. It's not by October 30th. You are reading, this is for PAs and PTAs. However, president's councils have until September 30th, as part of 660, to conduct their elections by then. However, in conjunction with matching PAs and PTAs bylaws and president's council's bylaws to accommodate everyone, that would never always happen. However, we have extended ourselves, and it's been that way with CPAC for the last 2 decades. Our elections are conducted on the second Thursday in the month of October, and it is as it stands. We are in condition with our bylaws, and that's what's being followed. And it's not to dismiss all the other president's councils, because it is CPAC's responsibility to make sure that president councils are functioning accordingly. And this has been done so, and outreach have been done. So what I'm going to ask you is that, Ms. Roberts, have elections been conducted yet for the 11th, but you have said no, it won't be until the end of the month. So at this point, once again, also you're the secretary, you are not the president's council president, you will still not be able to participate in the elections.
All right, that's fair. I'll remove myself.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts, for your understanding. And Mr. Silverman, District 2, you have your hand up.
Yeah, sure. Point of order. In lieu of the fact that there are so many districts that have or apparently are having their elections shortly and next week. I understand that there was a notice that was sent out already, but in lieu of that, and in lieu of some of the discussions that we've had, I would just make a motion at this time to table the elections until next month. And unfortunately, I think that motion is going to require letting everyone back into the room to vote. But as long as someone seconds that motion, I believe we need to vote on that. I'm not trying to be disruptive, but
Thank you.
But
Thank you, Mr. Silverman. At this point, we do have quorum effectively, and all process have been followed accordingly in order for us to have this election today. It is your very right to propose and have that motion. However, we do have quorum, and there is nothing in out of order or in violation to our bylaws that will stop us from proceeding with this
Marie,
election.
I'm gonna take it over from there. I'm gonna take it over because there is a motion on the floor. I
And you
think maybe
also
we want
have-
to, hold on, maybe we want to just specify I can give you the list of the council that we have information that they were elected, that they had election, and those that have not yet, if that seems to be a fair information. And then if we have a second, we will need to have a vote. Because we have in our bylaw that a motion can be
Okay, so then we
had to postpone the election, and we could even just decide to postpone it to the end of the month rather than to November. If that's
Mr.
your motion,
Chair,
right, Leonard?
My hand is up.
Mr. Hold on, please. And please do not unmute and start speaking because we do see your hand up. That is the order. Wait until you acknowledge. And Marco, with what you have stated, yes, it is in there that a member can actually make a motion to postpone, but it is a condition. Only that if the process have not been followed through, unless we do not have quorum, or there is substantiated new information that is being provided that actually prohibit us from moving forward with this election.
Actually,
And yes,
Marie,
you do have.
What we have in our bylaws is that of course, if there is no quorum, the election is postponed without any motion. But if there is the possibility to do it, I'm not in favor of it. But anyway, I don't vote for it, so I don't care. but Leonard made a motion, and we need to respect the motion. So if there is a second, we move forward with it, and then otherwise.
And I would just add, I don't mean to be, I'm not trying to cause arguments or anything, but our last election was not in October. I don't remember that. I think it was later than that because of COVID, but that may just be my memory.
And the end of December, I believe, or maybe even January.
But
that was an exception.
Excuse me,
was an exception.
Excuse me, I'd like to speak as a co-chair.
Yes.
As reason why our meeting wasn't conducted in October of last year is because we had went into virtual and we had gotten a waiver. So we can have a waiver to give everyone the opportunity to hold their elections and do their president council. This year, in order to make sure that it goes back in on order, we've been working with this and doing what we needed to do so that we can be back on the right road as having the elections in October or the second week. And according to our bylaws, as long as we got 2/3 votes, we only missing about 6 districts, if I'm not mistaken, 7 the most, but we have everyone else's election. So there really should be no reason to postpone the election. I understand that some elections didn't go forth, but you have the members that were coming, and we have been stressing this since July, constantly telling them to make sure that they have it. We've had issues, we have situations, and we have talked with Faith, Adrian, and all of them about the issue with the A660 and where they having the confusion when it comes to the PAs who doesn't cease to function until October 15th. But the president councils cease to function as of September 30th. And if we're reading and following the guidelines for A660 that overrides everything else, we are back on track. So there should not have to be that, because we discussed it and that's it. And we have been working with FACE. FACE have done their utmost to make sure that they kept keeping us up to date. And we were trying to avoid this type of thing. And we have gotten information as of after 10 o'clock this morning for who has had their elections. So that this is why we doesn't need to do it. We have more than 2/3 votes. And those that, and we have received from FLCs, those that are not having their election to a certain date. So to put it off, it doesn't make sense. That was their president council's decision. And we don't have no control over their president council's decision.
Okay, guys, I see a lot of hand raised. Again,
Please
there
go
is a
to the
motion. I
hands,
have heard no
Mr.
seconds
Chair.
for the motion. I've heard no second for the motion. So I know that Giselle, you second, but you actually can't second it because you were not elected. So only the elected. But so if there is no second from.
I have a question on that second, if I may. Wouldn't that have to involve the entire council, not just the people who have certifications? Wouldn't a motion be required to be voted on by the?
So the votes.
Mr. Chair, let me
only the people
clarify
that are
that.
elected can
Yeah.
vote.
I'm just
Wow,
curious.
my
Yes,
hand
but
is up.
also,
Wow.
Dr. Cody, I do see you, and I'm trying to get to the other hands. Hold on, please. Since Leonard still has his hand up. So for clarity, yes, once a motion is made, it has to be seconded. And then you also need to get 2/3 vote of the membership present, of the voting membership present, in order to move forward with that motion. And that is the answer to your question. It needs to be seconded, and you also need 2/3 vote as part of bylaws in order to move forward with that motion.
But this is where I'm slightly confused.
No, sorry, Leonard,
Oh.
So I want to hear if there is a second. So going for once, going twice, going 3 times, there is no second. So sorry, Leonard. It's just we are wasting so much time. We want to finish the election as soon as possible.
Jackie
We
has her
already
hand
wasted
up.
half an hour.
So let's hear from her, and we also had Francis. Dr. Cody, please go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, I was gonna, thank you. I was gonna ask if we respect the motion, and it was not seconded, so we can move on. Thank you.
And Marco, we have D25,
Yeah, we have Francis.
Yeah,
Francis.
I just wanted to, because I'm hearing everything. I just want to clear that there's not, the PCs don't have to have 100% of elections to have this election today. I think that's what Marie was trying to say, that we have quorum to continue. I mean, it's unfortunate that people didn't finish them, but we don't need to have 100% because sometimes we may never get to 100%. That's one. And going back to Leonard's, if no one approves your motion, then there's no motion. I think that's what Marco was trying to say, because then there's nothing to vote on. I hope that
Right.
clears it up for everyone.
Thank you, Francis. Exactly. Let's just proceed
Thank you,
with
Francis.
the election.
Okay. All right, just checking to see if there is no other comments or questions.
So I
All
think
right,
Grisel
so
is the
once
same
again-
situation, right?
Yes, Ms. Cardona, I'm sorry. You will not be able to stay on to vote and participate in the elections. Just verifying. And anyone else would have to remove themselves, because we have to make sure that you do not receive the poll. I may have to make Ms. Kempo Amor co-host, or Ms. Sue Weeb to actually remove
I think
themselves.
I think we only have, now there is Miriam that also I think is in the same situation, that I don't believe.
Yeah, Ms.
11
Borgello would not be able
have
to.
elections yet.
I'm leaving because my elections doesn't happen until the 25th. So I'm
Okay.
exiting.
Thank you, Ms. Borgella. And by
No
the way,
worries.
Ms. Miriam is from District 11. She was the previous President's Council president. And she confirmed it, the elections have not taken place. So she understands she will not be able to participate in the elections.
Okay, so let's move on.
I have another one where I'm like, yeah, I have to. Marco, my second one, you have to make me co-host on that one where I'm logged in. Secondly, thank you, Francis. And please make Executive Director Kempo Ahmad also co-host. Let's just bring her up. She'll like to.
Madam Parliamentarian, you still need to verify it on Staten Island.
No, we verified that. We got confirmation from Sadie about it.
No,
From
whatever it is that needs to be placed in front of her name.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, thank you. In District 30, it's Anna Ramirez or Hannon Ramirez? Can you please unmute, Ms. Ramirez? Because we have on file is Anna Ramirez. I just want to make sure.
We've been having her as Anna Ramirez all along.
Hannon and not Anna Ramirez?
I guess she's whatever. I mean, it's the same person anyway.
Also bring in Alexis as co-host. Elevate her to co-host as well. Okay. Just a moment.
Hold on a second, I made a mistake. Sadie, I mistakenly made the host and lost my host. Can you release the host?
Please give it back, Sadie. Francis, you still have your hand up or you just?
Yeah, the chat was disabled.
Correct.
Was there a reason for that? Like people can't nominate themselves through the chat?
No, everything will be done verbally. If any chat needs to be done, that will be indicated, whether you can send it to the chair of the elections or to the co-host, or just to the nominating committee. And that's what it should have been changed to, not completely disabled. Marco, could you make sure that is done accordingly? Thank you, Francis, for your question.
I'm not the host currently, so I need to get in contact with Sadie.
Yes.
I don't even know why.
You did
Maybe
that.
I can just log out and come. No, I can't.
You have Sadie as host, so she has to give it back to you.
I believe Sadie might be off, away from her desk. So everyone, please be patient until we quickly correct this. I don't want to have to call her. Alexis, can you please reach out to Sadie? She needs to give back the host to Marco, so we can work out the logistics, so we can get started, please. I apologize, everyone. We're trying to fix this. It's really important that we do this quickly. Alexis, any response yet from Sadie? No, okay. Marco, so do you have to log off and log back in then in order to reclaim the host rights?
Hello?
Yes. Ms. Clark? Yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, because it was going in and out. I'm sorry. Is the nominations open as yet? Because it was going in and out. I wasn't sure.
Oh, no, not as of yet. We have a technical issue that we're trying to fix right now, but we'll
Okay.
be starting momentarily.
Okay, I
Yes,
guess.
but not yet, not yet.
Okay, thank you. You want me to raise my hands or just unmute?
So it would be presented how we're going to, we have the slides, so instructions will be given accordingly.
No problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Marie, just let's go on, right? I'm now the co-host and I remove Sadie and I remove that
Okay, you're the host now.
Alexis, so we are all good.
Okay, but I need for you to, okay, you remove, no, Sadie is still there. Can you just
Sadie's
make
the
her
host.
co-host?
She's gonna. I left her a message. She's gonna come in, hopefully.
She's still here, Marco. Sadie is still on here.
Oh, I got back to
as a
host.
participant. Are you going to promote her to co-host or just?
Yeah, I think
remove?
she just came back and did that. Thank you, Sadie.
Okay,
Oof.
I know. Okay. Thank you all for your patience, and we are going to get started. All right, looks like Ms. Villalobos is joining us again, and she was previously verified. Cecilia, would you change it accordingly, or I can quickly do that?
Just
Oh,
go
actually,
on.
she's
Let
on twice.
Cecilia
Maria,
take care.
I'm sorry, you will not be able to log
No,
in
Maria is
twice.
selected. Maria
Oh.
is good.
Oh, no. She was logged in twice. 2 names.
Oh,
That cannot happen. You will receive the poll twice. You can only log in once.
It should be fixed now. Sorry, the computer was dying, so I switched devices.
So you had to switch. Okay. Thank you. All right. I believe we're all clear now. Let's get started. Francis? Yes.
Sorry, Marie, can you just confirm how many participants are allowed to vote so we know how many votes to await for? Are there 24?
So that is coming up also into the presentation. It's all set up. Ms. Stern just joined us, and I know that she's on the 20. Let's quickly change that. Ms. Stern, thank you for joining us. Just in time. And that's the 20. All right. Probably that we have no other questions or comments. Let's get the elections going. It's still morning, so good everyone. Good morning, everyone. And this part of the election, while we worked on all the kinks, and that's been done. So I would be chairing this election for the on the nominating committee, and Marco Batistella also is outgoing co-chair is part of the nominating committee, and we also have Cecilia Leon, also former Brooklyn High School President's Council CPAC rep, who will be also helping and facilitate this election. And she has verified. We also have the attendance, where we're able to verify the number of attendance that is needed, which would make you qualified to run for certain positions as per our bylaws. From that point on, verification of our attendees eligible to vote and or run for office. Ms. Cecilia Leon, what do we have? The numbers, please. Besides our quorum being 10, as far as CPAC's bylaws, we need to know the exact numbers of eligible reps present, being able to run and or vote for office. Ms. Leon?
it's 26 present right now and eligible to vote.
Okay. Thank you,
Sorry,
Mr. Batistella.
sorry,
It seems like
Cecilia.
she's having technical issues. Just okay. All right. All right, for the next slide, there has it been stated for the record, we have 26 in total CPAC representative able to run and or vote on this election. So how this election will be ran, you already do know that will be recorded. Representative designees will be verified upon entering the meeting. A GV for green, allegedly verified, will be placed in front of their names by the nominating committee. Those with a GV are eligible to run for the offices of chair, first and second vice chair, as per CPAC's bylaws, and any other positions. Please see Article 5, Officers and Their Election, Section 2, Eligibility 2.2. Eligibility for the office of chair, first vice chair, and second vice chair is limited only to those voting members who have submitted their authorization, documentation, certification forms, and B, have attended at least 6 general meetings during the previous 13 months and have served on CPAC as a voting member during the previous academic school year. Representative or designees with a YV, yellow, verified, placed in front of their names can only run for the office of recording secretary, treasurer, and corresponding secretary. So we'll appreciate everyone's patience while we go through this process. Meeting etiquette. We ask that you keep your microphones on mute. If you have a questions, please raise your hand to ask or send it in the chat box to any of the nominating committee hosts or co-hosts. And upon entering the meeting, as stated before, your username will be changed by the nominating committee. How the elections will be conducted. At the time of today's election, only the verified and current reps or designees will remain on the Zoom platform and will be able to vote and or run for office. Each available position will be open for nominations and voted on one at a time. For each position, the role and responsibilities will be posted on the screen, followed by opening up the floor for nominations. And obviously nominations will be taken from the floor. We have not received any pre-nominations sent to us on the nominating committee. So therefore nominations obviously will be taken from the floor and only from verified attendees on the Zoom call. Once there are no more nominations, it will be closed. If it is uncontested for an office, a motion to accept the candidate will be made and a vote by a raise of virtual hands will be collected unless a motion by a voting member has been made to vote by ballot if it is requested using the poll feature. If not, we will do it by show of virtual hands to simply accept the incoming officer in that office. However, there's more than one candidate for a position. Each candidate will have at least 2 minutes to address their fellow CPAC reps. Once everyone has spoken, the polling will be prepared and the Zoom host will open the polling for the representative to vote. Each poll will remain open for at least 2 minutes. And once the poll is closed, results will be shared. And of course, this is for transparency. This procedure will be used for each available position. The term of office for all officers shall be for 1 year, beginning with the October CPAC meeting as per our bylaws to the following year's October CPAC meeting or until a successor is elected. No officer shall serve more than 2 consecutive terms in an office. This condition may be waived for 1 additional term only should there be no eligible and willing candidate. Nominations for a full slate will proceed and the core position of chair, co-chairs, recording secretary, and treasurer must be filled in order for us to conduct future business. Once a full slate is completed for nominations, elections will occur for 1 position at a time as listed in Article 5, Section 1, to allow eligible members to run for more than 1 position. Members can only accept 1 position and must do so once the election for a position occurs. Nomination and election of officers. From this point on, we remind all representatives to refrain from making any comments in the chat unless otherwise instructed by the election chair. Should you have any inquiries, questions, or comments, please raise your virtual hand to be acknowledged, to unmute and speak. You can also send in your questions, point of information, or inquiries to the chair, host, or co-host via direct message. Please note that all candidates are required to be present at time of election unless they have informed the nominating committee ahead of time in writing of a conflict as per our bylaws. For the chair and co-chair, a one-year term beginning immediately as of October 14th, 2021, ending on October 13th, 2022. Duties and responsibilities. Please admit Maddie and still joining, just a second.
Keep going, Marie. Don't stop
Okay,
for those things.
and please change the verification letters. Thank you. Duties and responsibilities of the chair or co-chairs. She or he shall plan and direct the work necessary to carry out policies and programs adopted by the membership. She or he shall appoint a parliamentarian. The chair is a member ex officio of all committees except the nominating committee. The chair acts as an executive officer and representative for the organization. The chair or co-chair shall preside at all meetings of the membership. And please note that for the purpose of these bylaws, the office of co-chairs means 2 CPAC members who will share the responsibility of the role. At this time, the floor is now open for your nominations. I will ask that you unmute accordingly, whether raise your hand and to nominate, whether yourself or nominate someone for the office of chair or co-chair, provided that they do accept. And I do see firsthand, Bronx High School Federation, Ms. Lourdes Jabot, please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, Madam Parliamentarian, I would like to nominate Shirley Obin and Randy Garay for the position of co-chairs.
Oh, wow, okay. All
Can I-
right, thank you, thank you, Ms. Jabot. First, the order is, I have to ask Ms. Shirley Obin, as well as Randy Garay, do you accept the nomination made by Ms. Jabot?
Yes, I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Yes,
Ms. Garay?
I accept the nomination. Thank you, Lourdes.
Okay, please lower your hand there. Ms.
Thank you.
Jabot? Thank you, and did you accept? I'm just going in order. Hold on, please. Ms. Veronica, please go ahead and unmute.
I'd like to accept, sorry, to nominate Dr. Jackie Cody.
As chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that. Dr. Jackie Cody, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination made by Ms. Clark of D17?
They calling out, yeah.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry,
I
I'm sorry, I have to
happened?
mute someone. There's feedback. Sorry, Dr. Cody, there's feedback. Hold on, please. Okay, I had to mute Ms. Daniels. Go ahead, Dr. Cody. Go
I
ahead.
would like to amend the nomination to have Andrea Daniels run as co-chair.
I accept as co-chair.
So first you, okay, so you, all right, amending it, that's acceptable. So now I have to go to Ms. Andrea Daniels. Dr. Cody, I guess, is accepting the nomination made by Ms. Clark, but she would like to amend and include you, I guess, running as co-chair. Do you accept the nomination, Ms. Daniels?
She did accept. I don't think you
I'm
heard
still,
her.
I'm still here. I'm traveling. You hear me?
Yes, Ms. Andrea Daniels. Dr.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Cody would like for to nominate you along with her when she accepted her nomination made by Ms. Clark. But she's also not to amend the nomination to include you as co-chair. Do you accept the nomination, Ms. Daniels?
I accept the nomination, yes.
Okay.
You heard me?
Changing. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay.
Just making sure this is done accordingly. All right, furthermore, are there any other nomination for chair or co-chairs of CPAC? Just a few seconds more. Feel free to nominate yourself or nominate someone for the office of chair or co-chair of CPAC. Okay. Hearing none other nominations, I still have 2 hands up. I have to, Ms. Clark, I'm going to lower your hand. You have spoken.
Sorry about that. Thank you.
And I still have 1 more hand up. But yet I can't see it.
It's Lourdes. Lourdes, go ahead.
Okay, Lourdes, go ahead and lower your hand, please, or just do that for me, Marco. Thank you. All right.
So sorry, everyone.
Okay. All right. So hearing none, no other nomination for the office of chair or co-chair. We have 2 sets of nominees. We have Shirley Aubin and Randy Garay as co-chair, and we also have a nomination for Dr. Jackie Cody, along with Andrea Daniels as co-chair. From this point forward, I would ask.
Okay, launching the poll, right?
No, you cannot. No.
Oh.
Ms. Shirley Aubin, you have 2 minutes
Oh,
or
that's
less
right. That's right.
to
Sorry.
address your fellow CPAC rep. And Randy, you'll have the very same time to do the same. And I will follow by Jackie Cody and Andrea Daniels. Please go ahead and unmute and address the constituency.
Thank you. I would like Randy to go first, please.
Okay, no problem. Ms. Garay, please go ahead.
Okay, so Shirley and I running together as co-chairs because we've enjoyed serving on the executive board this year and would love to continue. We both have many years of experience as PTA presidents and President's Council presidents. We are fair and know that in order to continue having a successful council, we need to respect each other and everyone's opinions, and we could agree to disagree and then move on. We also bring a different perspective to the council. Shirley is borough-wide and high school, and I'm district, elementary, and middle school. We've also worked collaboratively this year and learned a lot about each other. And we know we can work together to continue to educate and build up parent leaders across the city and advocate for our children's education, because change is definitely needed in order for our children to be successful. So we would like to continue to build capacity, support our parent leaders, be transparent, and have a continuous flow of communication. So we'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thanks, Ratty. And I just want to add that we want to, make sure we continue CPAC steering in a positive light, and supporting our president's councils who can support our PAPTAs and our school leadership teams, because we value parent voice and we want to make sure parent voice is heard. And if everyone, we get as many parents as involved and engaged and empowered, we could do a lot together. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement, both. And now we'll go to Jackie Cody. You also have 2 minutes along with Ms. Andrea Daniels. Please go ahead and unmute.
Thank
and
you.
address the constituency.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
great. As co-chairs, we'll get right to business. Voting members will be provided with updates of meetings and communication with the chancellor and FACE, and we'll keep CPAC's website current with minutes and weekly announcements, not to overwhelm members with emails. This way, voting members will have direct access to resources to be empowered and excel. The calendar of executive board meetings will be announced to voting members as per bylaws. We'll get CPAC standing committees up and running so parents in the concerned community can be involved. Then CPAC will be in position to actually advise the chancellor. When we're about the business, president's councils here, represented here, can work together more cohesively. This is what fairness and respect looks like. We'll produce ways for president's councils to ensure every school has a functioning PTA and empower parents on school leadership teams so all schools can be high quality. Our children deserve excellence and parents deserve the best and most competent leaders who know how to set and reach goals in order to get things done. Vote for us, Dr. Jackie Cody and Andrea Daniels, and together we can reach and maintain excellence and outstanding educational opportunities for each and every New York City public school student. With us as co-chairs, we won't just talk about it, we'll seriously be about it. Please believe. Thank you.
Hello,
Thank
can
you,
hear
Ms.
me?
Cody. Ms. Daniels, yes, go ahead.
Hi, I would like to run as CPAC co-chair because first of all, now I have the knowledge and the courage to step up and do bigger and greater things. I want to help assist all presidents, councils, PTAs, PAs, SLT, DLT, which I'm already doing DLT. I want to make sure that we're able to communicate with the chancellor more better and more effectively. I want to make sure that the CPAC membership and executive board is respected. And I want to make sure that we have a lot of parent engagement as well as parent empowerment, as well as continuing to advocate for all of our students in New York City public schools and our parents. We need a change in CPAC executive board and membership. And last year, y'all gave me the opportunity to sit on the executive board as the first vice chair, but I want to take it a step further, and I would like y'all to vote for me to be the co-chair this year, because I'm seriously about the business. I advocate a lot in District 75 and all boroughs, and people already know what I could do. So I just want to continue my work on CPAC. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Daniels. Thank you to both sets of co-chair nominees. And at this point, Marco, do you have the poll set ready to be launched? And it should reflect
Yeah, it's launched.
co-chairs as 2 sets. So the instruction would be to vote for Shirley Alba and Randy Garay together, and Jackie Cody and Andrea Daniels with each set accordingly. I cannot see the poll right now, and I that it is set up accordingly to not
It's
create any
happening,
confusion?
Marie. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Only the
So at
only
this
the
time-
non-co-chairs can see it. Only the voting people can see it.
As co, I should be able to see them as well, but please go ahead at this time and launch the poll.
Yeah, it's been launched.
Okay. You have two minutes or less to vote.
So we have 23 votes so far after, I think 26 is actually the people that could be voting if I counted them right. So there are 3 people that haven't voted yet, I believe.
Okay. There's 1 minute and 26 seconds left, so you're on time.
Okay, 24 votes, so I think 2 people haven't voted yet. If I'm counting right, it is 26 the total vote that can vote. All right.
1 minute.
25.
Give it time.
Sorry?
Just give it time. There is a timer. As stated before, they will have 2 minutes. So
Oh, the
50
timer is
seconds
actually
now.
at
Just
2:16 now. So we have 25 votes out of 26 at this moment. Not sure who's not voting. Maybe if anybody is having problem voting, if you can unmute yourself and specify what's and tell us your issue, and maybe we can help you fix it. Or maybe somebody just stepped away from their computer or their phone. So now it's been more than 3 minutes, we have it up.
it's okay, Mr. Chair. We have to figure out the person who did not vote, whether they're having issues. As you said, we need to make sure that it's even, give them the opportunity. Let's find out what's going on. Maybe they're not seeing the feature
No,
or
I'm
seeing
sure
the poll,
everybody can see
perhaps.
the poll.
Yeah.
Yeah. We cannot wait forever. Somebody might have just stepped away and we can't. We could be here all night waiting for. We have no way to know who voted or who didn't vote, right? We only know that a certain percentage voted because the vote is secret. So we don't have a way to
Okay,
know.
so the 2 minutes time is
It's now
up
4
on
minutes
my
have
timer.
passed since the start of the vote.
Okay, so you may have launched the poll before I even give indication of launching it, and we just have to do this accordingly. It's really important that we're right there and balancing out. So at this time, we're going to stop since we've been told it's past the 2 minutes. Please share the results, Marco. It's weird. Normally as close, I can see.
You cannot see it.
But it's
I
not
can read
there.
them out. They don't. The
No, please
non-voters.
share them on screen. I need you to share them.
I
You
share
should be
it,
able
but
to do
I
that
think
on your end.
only the non-host can see the results. Only the people that were able to vote.
We saw the results.
Yeah. So I can see them not on the screen. So the results were Shirley Obin and Randy Garay got 18 votes or 72%. Jackie and Cody and Andrea Daniels got 7 votes or 28% of the votes. I'm gonna
Okay.
stop sharing.
Yes, thank you. So for the purpose of record, let's restate that. Marco, you stated 18, voted for Shirley Alba and Randy, which is 72%. Jackie, Cody, Andrea Daniels were 7 votes, and that's 28%. Correct?
Correct. Yeah.
All right,
correct.
thank you. All right, so at this point, Randy Garay and Shirley Albin have been elected as CPAC co-chair with 18 votes out of 26 in total, correct? Out of 25, sorry, 18 and 7 is 25. So congratulations, Shirley Albin and Randy Garay have been elected as CPAC co-chair for school year 2021-22 year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving forward. And now everyone, for the office of Recording Secretary, a one-year term beginning October 14, 2021, ending October 13, 2022. The Recording Secretary as a member of the Executive Board. Before I get started, Ms. Clark, I'm acknowledging your hand. Please go ahead and unmute.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that, Maria.
Okay, all right, Veronica. So continuing, the Recording Secretary, as a member of the Executive Board, shall assist the chair in planning and implementing the policies and programs adopted by the membership. The Recording Secretary shall take minutes at all Executive Board and general membership meetings, bring copies of draft minutes to monthly meetings for approval by the membership, maintain records of approved minutes, and see to the public posting of approved minutes. She or he shall be responsible for keeping attendance records. She or she shall keep a copy of the bylaws and have them made available to the membership. All documentation, certification forms, authorization should be kept on file for 3 years. The Recording Secretary shall assume the duties of the corresponding secretary in the event the corresponding secretary position is not filled. And now everyone, once again, the floor is now open for your nominations. Feel free to nominate yourself or nominate someone for the office. Go ahead and raise your hand so I can ask you to unmute. And let's do this in orderly fashion.
Can I nominate someone, Maria?
Yes, Ms. Clark, go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Ms. Otterberry.
Okay, Ms. Selena Atterbury have been nominated by Ms. Clark, D17. Okay. Ms. Atterbury, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination for Recording Secretary?
Thank you so very much for having the faith to nominate me, Ms. Clark. At this time, I'm going to accept the nomination.
Are you accepting the nomination?
Yes, I'm accept the nomination.
Thank you. Ms. Albin, I see your hand is up. Please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, at this time, I'm going to nominate Jazzy Rivera.
Okay, Ms. Jazzy Rivera, D32. Ms. Rivera, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination for Recording Secretary?
I, Jazzy Rivera, accept the nomination for Recording Secretary.
Oh, you poor thing, Ms. Rivera. Oh,
Hold,
God. Yeah. Thank
hold
you.
on. I'm sorry to interrupt. This is the nomination for Recording Secretary?
Yes, it is, Ms. Atterbury.
I thank you for nominating me, Ms. Clark, but I pull my acceptance back for nomination of Recording Secretary.
All right, so you're declining at this point. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was for
That it
recording.
was, okay. All right, let's the record show that Ms. Atterbury resigned her nomination for Recording Secretary.
I'm gonna raise my hand because I do want to nominate somebody though.
Hold on, because I do have Ms. Shirley, who actually just made, and I'm with Jazzy Rivera. And Ms. Rivera, you're accepting the nomination, correct? Just to
Yes, I
go back.
accept the nomination.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Atterbury, go ahead.
I'd like to
And up.
nominate Dr. Jackie Cody for recording secretary.
Okay, nomination has been made by Ms. Atterbury. Dr. Cody, you have been nominated as recording secretary. Do you accept the nomination?
Thank you. And I forgot to thank Veronica for nominating me for co-chair. Thank you, Selena. Yes, I accept the nomination.
Okay, thank you for that. And Ms. Torres, your hand is up. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, I would like to nominate Jessica Zillow from District 27 for recording secretary.
Unfortunately, and I have to do this accordingly, Jessica had been the recording secretary for 2 consecutive terms. Also, at this one, she is not eligible to run for that office unless provided we have none other eligible or anyone else interested in the office of recording secretary. Just for the record, Ms. Torres.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other nomination for the office of recording secretary? Okay, hearing none at this time, the floor is now closed for any nomination for the office of recording secretary. Now I would ask Ms. Jazzy Rivera, would you please address the constituency? You have 2 minutes. Tell us a bit about yourself as a parent and so forth. Please go ahead and unmute.
Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Jazzy Rivera. I represent District 32. I've been PTA president for the past 6 years in 3 different schools, 2 in District 32, and I was PA president in District 75. I've served as the secretary for the past 5 years on the SLT of one of my schools. And for the past 3 years, I have been president of President's Council. I look forward to working with the executive board in regards to recording these minutes and information that takes place during the meeting. And that's pretty much all I can say before I start coughing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rivera. And Dr. Cody, it's your turn. You have
Hi,
2 minutes.
everybody. Hi again, everyone. Yes, I'm a parent leader. I'm also an educator and have been in the system for a very, very long time. I'm not going to go through the list, but what I would want to emphasize is that as the recording secretary, I would work closely with our new co-chairs, Shirley and Randy, and the executive board to make sure that the minutes are kept updated on the website and members are kept informed of information, and work closely with the executive board to ensure that all voting members are kept up to date and informed of information, working cohesively, fairly, and respectfully with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackie Cody. At this time, Marco, is the poll ready for recording secretary? We have 2 nominees. Ms. Jazzy
I'm ready
Rivera
to launch it. I'm ready to
and
launch
Dr.
it.
Jackie Cody. Sorry, I'm just very curious that way, but go ahead. Please go ahead and launch the poll.
Yeah, it's been launched. So we reached already 25 votes, which was the number of people that voted before. Again,
Can we really find out what's
somebody,
happening with the 26th person? What's going on? Why are they not voting?
maybe I'm counting wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, So actually, it is 27 people.
Okay, so we may have been
So we
missing
are two people
two.
there.
Yeah. Is there anyone that is unable to vote or having perhaps technical difficulties or locating the poll?
I think it's just a situation where somebody is online, but they stepped away from
their screen, it's
device.
possible. I just want to make sure we keep maintaining the quorum. We have the majority of our representative voting.
Oh, we got 26 votes. So one more
You got
person that didn't
26.
voted before.
Okay.
But we have 27
think it's 20.
actually. So counting more attentively, it's actually 27.
The vote, okay.
the
Let's
voters
change
are
that for the
present right now.
record accordingly. We have 27.
So we're still missing one.
And
So
it
we should
does
still
make
give a
sense.
little more time.
Because myself, you, and Cecilia are the three who are hosts and co-hosts, so that we remain with 27. Yeah, we have 30 participants. Francis, yes. Thank you.
It's actually there's 4 hosts,
Right, I was gonna say the same thing.
so it's 26 people.
Okay, so possibly I just counted wrong. Sorry, guys. So
so
okay,
who's
so
the
then
fourth host? Hold on, please. Hold on. This is really important. Who's the fourth?
because you're doing twice.
Oh,
You're
I'm
on
on twice.
Marie.
Oh, duh. Okay. I got it. Get it together. Thank you. Perfect. All right. So let's correct that. So it is actually 26 because I am
Okay.
logged in twice.
So
All right.
we had
All right,
46
Marco.
votes. I gonna
Please go
stop,
ahead and
right?
share the results. Yes.
So since you can now see it, Marie,
Yes.
Jazzy received 18 votes or 69%, and
Okay.
Jackie received 8 votes or 31%.
All right. Thank you. So I'm going to repeat that. Ms. Jazzy Rivera of District 32 received 18 votes, that's 69%. And Dr. Jackie Cody of Manhattan High School received 8 votes, that's 31%. So in this case, Ms. Jazzy Rivera, congratulations, you are elected as CPAC Recording Secretary.
I'm gonna stop sharing, okay?
Yes, please. Okay. We should be moving on to now the Office of Treasurer. The Treasurer's office is a one-year term beginning October 14th of this year and ending October 13th of 2022. Role and responsibilities. The Treasurer, as a member of the Executive Board, shall assist the Chair in planning and implementing the policies and programs adopted by the membership. In the event that CPAC funds does become available, the Treasurer shall be responsible for the transfer of CPAC monies to the bank accounts of CPAC, maintaining all deposit slips with appropriate identification of funds, and maintaining an updated record of income and signatories on all checks. Other signatories must be selected from members of the Executive Board. She or he shall provide a financial report at monthly general membership meetings. He or she shall be responsible for MetroCard distribution at CPAC meetings. Yes, we used to do that. For those of you who may not know, we did provide MetroCard transportation if we were in person at CPAC meetings. In conjunction with the DOE, if the treasurer is absent, this responsibility shall be assigned to the corresponding secretary or another executive board member. These are the role and responsibilities of the treasurer on CPAC.
Maybe Marie, we might just remind that we have no bank account of budget.
Correct. Yes. And that's why I said in the events that, funds become available or we start, fundraising and so forth, then in that case, but we currently do not have I said CPAC currently does not have a bank account in place. I see 3 hands up. Mr. Green, go ahead, Mr. Ben Green of District 13. Go ahead and unmute.
I would like to nominate myself for that position.
Yes.
All right, self-nomination for treasurer and Mr. Ben Green, District 13.
Atterbury.
Hold on, please.
I'd like to nominate Selena Atterbury.
All right, Ms.
I have my
Atterbury.
hand up. I have my hand up.
Yes, yeah, we're going in that order. That's why I had asked everyone, please do not unmute once you acknowledge
I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah, no problem. All right, Ms. Andrea Daniels, go ahead. You're up next.
I nominate Dr. Jackie Cody for treasurer.
Okay. Dr. Cody, please unmute. You have been nominated as treasurer. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, yes.
All right. Thank you. And Ms. Garay, please go ahead and unmute.
I'd like to nominate Jessica Zillow for treasurer.
Ms. Jessica Zillow for treasurer.
Maria.
Ms. Zillow? Yes,
Sorry,
Veronica.
I had nominated Miss Atterbury, but I guess you didn't hear me. I'm sorry.
I did. I have Ms. Atterbury down, Ms. Clark.
Okay, all right, no problem. But yeah, I didn't hear you ask her if she accepted.
Yes,
Sorry.
probably cutting off a bit. Yeah, no problem. Ms. Zillow, I didn't hear you. Do you accept the nomination made by Ms. Garay?
Yes, I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sabina, D22, please go ahead and unmute.
I wanted to nominate Leonard Silverman.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Singer. District 2, Mr. Silverman, would you please unmute and let us know?
I gotta tell you, I'm extremely flattered, but thank you very much.
Get on it,
means a lot
Leonard.
to me. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate the confidence, though. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I didn't hear you. Do you accept or do you decline?
No, I'm going to decline that nomination, but I really do appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to lower. Ms. Atterbury, please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, I appreciate the nomination because, yeah, you didn't ask me if I accepted or not. I appreciate the nomination, Ms. Clark, but I'm going to decline at this time for the treasurer position. The nomination.
Ms.
for the treasurer.
Atterbury, did I skip you? I didn't ask you?
No, you didn't ask me.
Okay, I apologize for that. It's an oversight. Okay. So am I hearing you correctly? You are declining the nomination?
Yes, I'm declined, but thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you so very much.
Yes, and that was made by Ms. Clark. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any other nomination for the office of treasurer of CPAC? All right, hearing none at this time. Currently for nomination, self-nomination with Mr. Ben Green. We also had Ms. Atterbury nominated by Ms. Clark, who declined the nomination. We also have Dr. Jackie Cody, who accepted the nomination. And we also have Ms. Jessica Zillow, who accepted the nomination, and Leonard Silverman of District 2 declined the nomination. So at this point, only Mr. Ben Green, Dr. Jackie Cody, and Jessica Zillow are nominees for the office of treasurer. At this point, let's go. Dr. Cody, why don't you go ahead and start first? 2 minutes, please. And then I'll follow by Jessica Zillow and Mr. Ben Green.
Okay. Hi,
Maria,
everyone.
can I jump in, please? Ms. Cody, can you 1 second? Maria, can I jump in? I know it's being rude, but I was just for the sake of time, seeing that Ms. Cody was nominated for the different positions, would you give someone else a time to speak? Because we already heard what she's planning to do for us, or we have to do that in order? That's just for sake.
Yes, actually, at this point, it would be up to her. I have to ask her. You cannot stop her from actually speaking. Either way, as we said at the very beginning, for each position, that's the process. So I have to ask Dr. Cody if she wishes not to speak at this point, then we will move forward.
I appreciate you, Veronica. Thank you very much. Yeah, just real quick, I do want to say that any role on the executive board would be taken very, very seriously. And as the treasurer, I would make sure that it is upheld to the point where we would involve our executive board along with DOE in making sure that not only you get your Metro cards, but the DOE is making sure that parent leaders are properly compensated for the different things that we do and are compensated for. Okay, that's it. Thank you. For if I'm nominated, if I lose again and I'm nominated again, yes, I will relinquish speaking and hoping that people will vote for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cody, for speaking. I'm glad I did ask. Mr. Ben Green, you have 2 minutes. Please go ahead and address the constituency.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mr. Green.
I mean, afternoon. I'm
12:30.
sorry. I didn't look at my time. But I feel that I'll be the best candidate. I have experience of being on CPAC executive board. I'm very transparent. I like the fact that we're talking about respecting one another. I think that's very important on this board. And as a parent leader on the if voted on to the executive board of CPAC, that's very important that we respect each other and each other's feelings and concerns. I am currently the president of the President's Council for District 13, and I've been around for a very long time. So with my experience and know-how, I'm hoping to join with the rest of the team, and we moving in the right direction and do great things for CPAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ben Green, for your statement of District 13. Ms. Jessica Zillow, District 8, please go ahead and unmute, address your constituency. A bit about yourself as a parent leader.
Hi, my name is Jessica Zillow. I'm actually from District 28. I'm President's Council. I'm PS 220's PA President. Go Tigers. And I'm also currently the CPAC Recording Secretary. I would love to continue my work with CPAC and be on the executive board to just continue to share information with the different constituents. And again, just to keep up the good work that we've been going through with the last couple of years. So I look forward to working with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jessica Zillow, District 28. So at this point, I would ask Marco if the poll is ready. We have 3 candidates on the ballot, Mr. Ben Green, Dr. Jackie Cody, and Jessica Zillow.
So I gonna launch it, right?
Yes, please go ahead and launch the poll.
Launched. Okay, so we have 25 votes again. So if there is somebody that is having problems, oh, we have 26.
You have 26, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so I'm gonna end the poll, okay?
Yes, please go ahead.
And I'm gonna share results. So since you cannot see them, Ben Green got 7 votes or 27%. Jackie Cody got 6 votes or 23%, while Jessica Zillo got 13 votes or 50%.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to repeat. All right, I'm going to repeat that. Mr. Ben Green got 7 votes, which is 27%. And Dr. Jackie Cody has 6 votes, which was 23%. And then you also have Ms. Jessica Zillo with 13 votes, which was 50%. So at this point, we can declare that Ms. Jessica Zillo with 13 votes have been elected as CPAC's treasurer. Congratulations, Ms. Zillo.
Thank you.
Move this to the side. And as part of our laws, this is the order. At this point, we do have a, everyone can hear that, the house phone is ringing, sorry. And now for the office of first vice chair, with the chair, treasurer, and recording secretary being elected, so we do have a functioning body. So at this point on, now for the office of the first vice chair, a 1-year term beginning October 14, 2021, obviously, and ending the following year in October of 2022. The first vice chair, as a member of the executive board, shall assist the chair in planning and implementing the policies and programs adopted by the membership. The first vice chair shall oversee all CPAC committees. The first vice chair shall assume the duties of the chair or co-chairs in the absence of the chair. I know it doesn't seem a lot for the first vice chair, but it is as stated in the bylaws. And now, once again, everyone, the floor is now open for your nomination for the office of the first vice chair. Remember, you can feel free to nominate yourself or nominate someone for the office of first vice chair. And I'm going in order that I do see. Dr. Jackie Cody, please go ahead and unmute.
Sorry about that. Yes, I would like to nominate Andrea Daniels for first vice chair.
Okay, thank you for your nomination. Ms. Andrea Daniels, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination for first vice chair.
Thank you. And up next, I see Ms. Jessica Zillo. Go ahead and unmute.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to nominate Jimmy Brown.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Jimmy Brown, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination for the office of first vice chair?
I accept the nomination.
All right, thank you. And up next, Ms. Selena Atterbury, go ahead and unmute.
Yes, I would like to nominate Ms. Veronica Clark for first VP. First vice chair.
First vice chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Ms. Atterbury. Ms. Veronica Clark, D17, please unmute. Let us know, do you accept the nomination for the
Yes.
office of first vice chair?
Yes, I do, Maria. Thank you, Ms.
Okay.
Alder.
Thank you. And up next, Ms. Lourdes Jabot, please go ahead and unmute.
Yes, I would like to nominate myself.
All right, Ms. Lourdes Jabot, self-nomination. Thank you. Ms. Sabina Sanger, please go ahead and unmute.
I'd like to nominate Josh from D23.
Hold on. Verification. All right, Mr. Rambo is not eligible to run for the office of first vice chair.
I see that.
At this point, I'm going to ask as formality, are there any other nomination for the office of first vice chair? Okay, hearing none at this time, the nominees are Ms. Andrea Daniels, Ms. Jimmy Brown, Ms. Veronica Clark, and Ms. Lourdes Jabot for the office of first vice chair. And let's go in this order. Ms. Andrea Daniels, would you please unmute and address your constituency? If you wish to, because I know you have spoken before.
I'm just gonna speak briefly. So I want to run again for first vice chair because I want to continue the work that I started on CPAC. I also was asking since last year to open up these committees and subcommittees so that I even signed up for 2 committees and I never got to get on. It never happened. So I want to make sure the committees for CPAC is up and running this year with the help of the co-chairs and the executive board. That way more parent members who represent their district could get involved as well. And I just want to continue my work, and advocate for the kids in our New York City public school system as well.
Are you done, Ms. Daniels? Yeah, okay.
Yes, I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Jimmy Brown, you're up next. 2 minutes, please.
Okay. As going out co-chair of CPAC, I will take the position as first vice president if I'm elected, and I would like to continue my work as a former DOE teacher, as well as representing all the children and making sure that the parents and everyone that I come in contact with and all those that's here that represents their different district, that all the information is given and shared, most important, and to continue what we have started and continue the dialogue that we have started with FACE as well with DOE. Even though it was a slow start, we have started towards the end to meet our goals to do the things that we request. And as far as different committees, some were started and some were stopped because there was a lot of things that were happening and they had to be shut down. And yes, we do want to have our committees up and running, but we want them to be up and running and are running appropriate, that everyone has respect for each other and not being disrespectful. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your statement. Up next, we have Ms. Veronica Clark. Please go ahead and unmute.
Good morning, everyone. Parent leader of District 17. It will be an honor and a privilege to serve on the CPAC level. I'm not much of a talker. I'm much of a doer. I am member of a lot of audit committee, and I would love to help our community and especially our New York City schools. And I'm looking forward, if you do choose me, to collaborate and brainstorm with each other and for us to work collectively, respectfully, together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. And up next, we have Ms. Lourdes Jabot of Bronx High School Federation. Go ahead and unmute, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Ms. Our parliamentarian just said, my name is Lourdes Jabot. I have served at this council for about 6 years. Out of those at least 2 years as an executive board member. I bring to you the experience of knowing how to work with FACE, bringing your voice into the table, and listening to your concerns and opinions. If elected, I will work with the new elected executive board members to continue the direction of this council and to continue in the right direction, respecting each other's opinions and concerns, and most importantly, making sure that first and foremost, our students are actually taken care at all times. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope that you all support my candidacy.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. And at this time, Marco, do we have the poll ready for our 4 nominees?
Yep,
Okay,
just give me the go ahead.
all right. At this time, please go ahead and launch the poll.
Yep, it's on.
Thank you.
So we have 24 votes so far. If anybody is having difficulties, please let us know. Unmute yourself and speak. Or you can also send a message on the chat. Okay, we have 25 votes now.
Mhm. Let me know when we have at least all 26.
It's still 25.
Okay, a few more seconds. Is anyone having difficulty voting? Please go ahead and unmute and let us know. Do we have 26 now?
It's still,
Sure,
no,
it's
it's
been-
still 25. Maybe let's just give five more seconds or something.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I think that's enough. We're still at 25, but so I'm gonna end the poll, okay?
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
And poll, I'm gonna share the results. So we have Andrea Daniels, 5 votes, 20%. Jimmy Brown, 11 votes, 44%. Veronica Clark, 3 votes, 12%. And Lord Gibaud, 6 votes, 24%.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to, all right, I'm going to repeat that. Ms. Andrea Daniels received 5 votes, which is 20%. Ms. Jimmy Brown received 11 votes, which is 44%. Ms. Veronica Clark received 3 votes, which is 12%. And Ms. Lourdes Gibaud received 6 votes, which is 24%. At this point, Ms. Jimmy Brown has been elected as CPAC's first vice chair. Congratulations, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me close off our view screen. And now we're moving on to the office of the second vice chair. a one-year term beginning immediately October 14th and actually, I'm sorry, corrections, obviously ending next year in October. Just give me a moment. Ending on October 13th for 2022. Role and responsibilities. The second vice chair, as a member of the executive board, shall assist the chair in planning and implementing the policies and programs adopted by the membership. The second vice chair shall assume the duties of the first vice chair in the absence of the first vice chair. Once again, the floor is now open for your nominations. As always, feel free to nominate yourself or nominate someone for the office of second vice chair. And at this point, I have seen Francis. Please go ahead and unmute.
Hi, everyone. Being that Dr. Cody has been nominated various times today, I feel she deserves a seat, a nomination for the second vice chair. So I nominate Dr. Jackie Cody.
Thank you. All right, this is noted. And next on my screen, Ms. Angela Torres, go ahead and unmute.
Hi, I would like to nominate Lourdes Jabot for this position.
All right, for the second vice chair. Ms. Lourdes Jabot, do you accept the nomination made by Ms. Torres?
Yes, I do. Thank you, District 8.
All right. Thank you very much. And I'm going to go up next to Ms. Daniels. Please go ahead and unmute.
I nominate myself for second vice chair.
All right, this is a self-nomination, Ms. Andrea Daniels. Noted. Ms. Atterbury, go ahead and unmute, please.
I would like to nominate Ms. Veronica Clark for second vice chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Atterbury. And also, so I have to ask two questions. Dr. Jackie Cody, I failed to ask you, do you accept the nomination for the office of second vice chair?
That's why I raised my hand. I would have prior to the last elections, but no, but thank you so much, Francis. Appreciate you. Thank you all. I really hope things change for the better, but I don't see it. But no, thank you.
Thank you, Jackie Cody. Respectfully decline. And Ms. Veronica Clark, please unmute. Let us know, do you accept the nomination for the office of second? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Clark. Are there any other nomination for the office of second vice chair? Any other nomination for the office of second vice chair? All right, hearing none at this time, the floor is now closed. The virtual floor is now closed for nomination for the office of second vice chair. As nominees, we have Ms. Lourdes Jabot and Ms. Andrea Daniels, as well as Ms. Veronica Clark. All those types, let's see which order. All right, Ms. Lourdes Jabot, go ahead and please unmute and address the constituency.
Once again, everyone, thank you for the opportunity and thank you for the nominations and the vote of confidence. I will appreciate your vote if elected again in this position. I will make sure that all of our voices are heard. Having working with the a lot of the elected members, I know it will be an excellent relationship. And having the voice that we have together, it will be brought into face as well as the chancellor to make sure that all of our voices are heard at all times, making sure that our children are taken care the way they're supposed to. And definitely, I commit myself to all of you 100%. I'm going to say 150%, 24/7. Thank you, and hope you all consider me for the position.
Thank you, Mr. Bode. Ms. Andrea Daniels, I know you have spoken before, but please go ahead and unmute if you wish to address the constituency once again.
I choose not to speak at this time, Marie, because I spoke twice already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Veronica Clark, it is your turn. Would you like to unmute and address the constituency?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. I would love, as I said before, it would be an honor and a privilege to be a part of CPAC executive board because I can bring so much resources to them. As I said, I'm a community activist. I'm a part of a lot of organization that it will take us a long time for me to name everyone. One of the things that I was doing from the pandemic, the second week, I was doing grocery giveaways, to all neighboring schools, included District 17. And bringing resources to someone. I'm now a part of the Haitian Migrate committee that helping the parents and giving stuff and trying to accumulate stuff to help them. So there's a lot of resources I can bring if you give me a chance to be a part of CPAC and also to be collective and to collaborate and work not only with our district but all our neighboring district. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Veronica Clark. At this time, Marco, do we have the poll set up and ready?
Yep.
Our 3 nominees. All right. So at this time, please go ahead and launch the poll.
Launched.
Okay, a minute and 30 seconds.
We have 25 votes right now, so there is
far. Okay. Going rather
one
quickly.
member that's stepped out again, I think. But if anybody's having trouble, please
Let us know.
let us know.
Three, 4.
Okay, so we are like 1 minute and 15 seconds. Maybe we can just wait for the last vote till the count of 2 minutes. And at which point we're just gonna end the poll.
Yes, definitely. Okay. 36 seconds.
Oh, we got the 26th vote.
Oh, that's
just
so
at the last
first.
second.
Wow.
Perfect, fantastic. So I'm gonna end the poll right now. And I'm gonna share the results.
Please.
So we have Lourdes Gibaud with 17 votes or 65%, Andrea Daniels with 4 votes, 15%, Veronica Clark with 5 votes, 19%.
Okay, thank you. So with the first nominee, Ms. Lourdes Gibaud has 17 votes, 65%. Ms. Andrea Daniels has 4 votes, which was 15%, and Ms. Veronica Clark with 5 votes, which is 19% of the total vote. At this point, Ms. Lourdes Jobod, congratulations, you are the newly elected second vice chair to CPAC.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, and we're almost done, everyone, almost there. The very last one is for the office of the corresponding secretary. Also a 1-year term beginning immediately and ending next year, October 13, 2022. The role and responsibility of the recording secretary as a member of the executive board shall assist the chair in planning and implementing the policies and programs adopted by the membership. The corresponding secretary shall be responsible for distributing notice to all council meetings. She or he shall be responsible for maintaining an accurate and up-to-date list of the membership with contact information. She or he shall be responsible for forwarding communication to the chair, preparing correspondence at the request and subject to approval of the council and or the chair, maintaining a membership listserv, and maintaining a record of incoming and outgoing correspondence. The corresponding secretary is responsible for maintaining the CPAC website, including an email address for general inquiries. These are the role and responsibilities of the corresponding secretary. At this time, and final one, the floor is open for your nominations. Feel free, obviously, to nominate yourself or nominate someone for the office of corresponding secretary.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Green.
Hold on, please. I have some hands raised accordingly. Ms. Randy Garay, please go ahead and unmute.
I'd like to nominate Ben Green.
Okay, Mr. Ben Green has been nominated. Mr. Green of Detroit, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination?
I do. Thank you.
All right. So yes, all right, thank you. Ms. Frances Gonzalez, go ahead and unmute, please.
I would like to nominate Andrea Daniels.
All right. Ms. Daniels, please unmute. Let us know, do you accept the nomination for corresponding secretary?
I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Okay. And up next, I do see Ms. Jabode. Go ahead and unmute, please.
I would like to nominate Celia Green.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Green of Brooklyn High School President's Council, please unmute. Let us know, do you accept the nomination?
Thank you, Mr. Bode, and yes, I do accept.
All right, thank you. Ms. Shirley Aubin, please go ahead and unmute.
I would like to nominate Ms. Aubrey from District 29.
All right, Ms. Aubrey, would you please unmute and let us know, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I accept.
All right, thank you. Ms. Clark, please go ahead. Unmute.
I was saying earlier, Mr. Green, but someone already nominated him, but that would be.
You got beat to it, okay. All right, so you're supporting the nomination for Mr. Green as well, okay. I will note that as well. Are there any other nomination for the office of corresponding secretary? All right, Hearing none at this time, the floor is now closed for nomination for the office of corresponding secretary. We have Mr. Ben Green, Andrea Daniels, Ms. Celia Green, and Ms. Camaria Aubrey, nominees for the office of corresponding secretary. Mr. Ben Green, please go ahead and unmute and address the constituency, please.
Thank you for the nomination. Like I said before, I come with a lot of experience. I know how this, how CPAC runs. I'm a team player, and that I'm fair in addressing all our concerns. And hope if you'll vote for me that we have a great team together. Thank you. And thank you all that nominated me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ben Green. Ms. Andrea Daniels, would you like to address the constituency?
I just want to say thank you for the nomination. I just want to continue working with the CPAC Executive Board and try to just make things better. You know, I want us to all be respected and feel respected. I want to keep advocating for our children in the New York City Department of Education in all districts and high school councils and everything. And I just want to continue my work on here on CPAC. I'm not done yet. Thank you. I don't want to go further.
Thank you, Ms. Daniels. Ms. Celia Green, please go ahead and unmute. You have 2 minutes to address the constituency, a bit about yourself as a parent, and so forth.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say that I also come with a lot of experience. I actually started off as a recording secretary in CPAC. I have represented in the past 2 years District 13. I currently represent the Borough High Schools of Brooklyn, and I've represented that before. And for at least 2 or 3 years, I represented District 75, which I'm still a parent in. And I'm always going to advocate for parents and for parents' rights and for students' rights. So I'm just hoping that you will give me the opportunity to do so. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Green. And now, Ms. Camaria Aubrey, it is your turn. 2 minutes, please, a bit about yourself as a parent or anything else you'd like to address the constituency with. Please go ahead and unmute. Yes.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank Ms. Sullivan for the nomination. And I have been a parent leader in Southeast Queens community for about, I'd say roughly over 7 years. For the last 5 years, I've served as PTA president for PS 131. I'm currently going into my 2nd year as president of District 29's President's Council. And I also serve as the DLT chair for District 29. If elected, I look forward to working collectively with the newly elected board and furthering the progress of CPAC in general. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Aubrey. And now at this time, Marco, are we ready with the poll for our 4 nominees for the office
just
of
one thing. I just
Secretary?
Marta Torre from this 16.
She just joined, and I was adjusting it correctly. Yes.
Okay, great. So I'm gonna wait a second to launch
just a
the
second.
poll.
Hold on.
So Marta, just for your FYI, we are at the end of the election. Since you just joined, I don't know if you were listening maybe on YouTube or something. We have the last position for the executive board.
Oh, I wasn't listening. I wasn't interested in joining, just voting.
Okay, that's great. It's the last position, and we have Ben Green, Andrea Daniels, Sylvia Green, and Camaria Aubrey running for corresponding secretary. And Cecilia Venosta just joined.
Yes,
again. I guess she was kicked out by mistake.
And Ms. Torres, you are eligible to be able to vote, even if you're not interested in any position. And the code has been given accordingly. But please do participate in the voting. You can. All right.
Okay. And Cecilia is also back in. All right. I'm gonna relaunch. I can not relaunch it. Launch it.
Not relaunch it. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, Ms. Venosa just rejoined us. Okay. D26.
Yeah. So we have 27 participants at this time for this last vote.
Okay.
And we have 24 that voted already. We're waiting for 2 more votes. If you're having difficulties, let us know by unmuting yourself or sending a message.
Please make Miss Leon co-host again. She just rejoined us. She's having some technical issues.
We are missing 1 vote. Oh, we got the 27th vote. So I'm gonna share the results.
Please, go ahead.
So the results are Ben Green, 11 votes or 41%. Andrea Daniels, 5 votes, 27%. Sylvia Green, 7 votes, 26%. And Kamaria Aubrey, 4 votes, 15%.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to repeat that. Mr. Ben Green with 11 votes, that's 41%. Ms. Andrea Daniels, 5 votes, 27%. And Ms. Celia
No,
Green,
19%, sorry, 19 for Andrea.
19. Okay. And Ms. Celia Green with 7 votes, that's 24%. And Ms.
26.
26, okay, correcting that.
Sorry.
So Ms. Celia Green, 7 votes, 26%. Ms. Kamaria Aubrey with 4 votes, 15%. So at this point on, Mr. Ben Green has been elected with 11 votes. Congratulations, Mr. Ben Green, corresponding secretary.
Thank you, everybody.
Fantastic.
All right, so hold on. So congratulations to all of you. Wish we had actually, the actual balloons, but we're not, in person, so we'll be able to celebrate. So congratulations to all of you newly elected, or perhaps maybe have been reelected to CPAC. It really has been a pleasure, even through with trials and tribulations. We have to learn to respect each other's opinion and work according, and also focus on the work. It's not even about our personalities or us anything personal. It's about the kids that we volunteer to serve, and also our parents that we support and want to do this work for them. So it truly have been, a pleasure serving. And CPAC also has boosted up my experiences as well. So congratulations to all of you. And I also wish to say to the old board, it has been really great working with all of you and serving as your parliamentarian. And, being a accredited parliamentarian with the National Association of Parliamentarians, I believe that I have been able to not only support, but to serve accordingly, fair and equally across the board. So I wish the new board much positive work moving forward, and ACE it, all for our parents and our children that we focus on and that we serve. And at this point, I would like to pass it on to Mr. Marco Battistella, outgoing CPAC co-chair, for closing words or comments. Yes.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. This was last 6 years were great, but I'm also very happy to be to be done and moving on to other things. So, and great luck to all the new executive board and everybody at CPAC in general. Have fun.
Have fun. Okay. And Ms. Leong, I don't know if you would like to say anything since you serve on the nominating committee with us. And then at this point, I would definitely ask you to raise hand, and I would pass it on to the newly elected co-chairs to close us out and to get the motion. So they take over right over. Ms. Leong?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to quickly thank everyone. It was a humble experience to serve last year, and I really, from the bottom of my heart, thank all the parent leaders. I know it's a famous job. A lot of times we could be very passionate and very opinionated, hopefully in a good way, because we are fighting for our constituents, and so. The bottom line is I'm very, very thankful, and the utmost respect for these parents and leaders fighting for their constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leong, for service. It was great doing this verification and making sure that we have the attendance correctly and making sure that everyone has been noted with the eligibility as it should. So thank you for that. Dr. Jackie Cody, your hand is up. Please go ahead. And then Ms. Green.
Yes, thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate each of you, Shirley, Randy, Jazzy. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot who the treasurer is.
No, you have it correct. And then you have Jessica.
Jessica, right. Lourdes, and Ben, I'm going to look to you to hold the executive board accountable to treating everyone fairly. Let's start a new slate and treat one another as we want to be treated very fairly. And I sincerely want to thank all of the outgoing executive board members in the roles that you had. Some of you were re-elected to new roles, and Marie, outgoing parliamentarian, thank you for your service as well. And I look to the co-chairs to put out there to appoint a new parliamentarian and give another parent an opportunity. But I really, really stress, please be fair and be respectful, please. Okay, congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cody. Ms. Green, then Ms. Gonzalez.
Marie, just for the thing, maybe we want to just give now the floor to Shirley and Randy.
And they were
they
actually
are now the co-chair, and we are out of it. The election are done, so if there are any closing thing, they should be in charge of it.
Correct, and that is on there as well. The motion and the ending is by the newly elected chair and co-chair. So they were actually up next to take over from that point on. Yeah.
And maybe stop.
Ms. Green, and Ms. Francis. Then please, after that, Ms. Randy and Shirley, go ahead and take over. It's your meeting afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say congratulations to all the newly elected members of the executive board. And I also want to say thank you to all the outgoing members of the executive board. But apart from that, I want people to remember that everyone who's here has served in the past year, including some that are not on the meeting now because they couldn't, they hadn't had elections yet. But thank you for serving. It was definitely a trying time for all. And for parent leaders to stick in there, you know, kudos to everybody. Kudos to everybody. So thank you very much. And we look forward to this next year coming up.
And last, it was Ms. Gonzalez. And after that, the newly elected co-chair, please take over.
I wanted to thank everyone as well for serving, and for those who are leaving, thank you so much for your service. It's not an easy job. But I also wanted to get educated on how does the parliamentarian person gets appointed. I'm just trying to understand how it works. Thank you.
And to answer that, it is simply as it was stated with the role and responsibility of the chair. It is actually the chair or the co-chair that appoints a parliamentarian as part of bylaws. It is not an elected position. And at this point, it is done by the co-chairs as part of bylaws. They appoint someone. Ms. Gare and Ms. Harbin, go ahead. This is your meeting now. And then take it over and close us out.
Well, good afternoon. We started in the morning. It's the afternoon now. I'm thanking for all the members to sticking it out and making sure elections are done. Randy asked me to speak for both of us at this time. So again, we are very appreciative that we were elected as your representing CPAC, and congratulations to our fellow board members as well. And congratulations for CPAC for the majority of us was participating into these elections, and that's what it's about, all parent voices. And at this time, I'm going to make the motion to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lourdes. The time is 1:27 p.m. and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for everybody. See you next month.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all. Thank you. See you next month.
Congratulations, everyone. Bye.